All right, everybody, welcome back to the Killer Main podcast series. Today, the killer is Oni, and we have a wonderful guest here. They would like to introduce themselves.
Hello, I am Sealion BR. You might know me from my Twitter, which like 2 hours ago I think got fucking perma-banned. Because I made it when I was 11 years old, and just today they were like, "Huh, you're 18? No, we're still gonna ban it." So my new Twitter at Sealion BR. I play the Oni killer, the best killer in the game, in my opinion. I've played him on and off for quite a while. You might have seen my old Twitter montages, my old YouTube montages, which I don't like anymore, but we ignore that.
Yeah, I thought it was weird you followed me again on Twitter. I was like, why?
Yeah,
You're already
like
following me.
I open my phone, I see, your account has been blocked. Bro,
I
that pissed me off so much.
I had to make a new Twitter a few months ago because I can't log into my old one. It's not gone. It's just like I just can't log into it. It won't let me.
Twitter is so cursed,
Yeah,
honestly.
it's weird. It was kind of nice though to have a reset button. I don't know. Um,
Fair.
so the first question I ask everybody: how long have you been playing Dead by Daylight?
So I first ever played Dead by Daylight back in like 2019 on my friend's PS4. I was at his house for like a sleepover, and it's like, "Oh, hey dude, look at this game I got. It's Dead by Daylight. You can play as a killer." I'm like, "Oh shit, that's cool." The first killer I ever played was a Legion, which is ironic because he's like one of my most hated fucking killers. But at the time, I was like 13. I'm like, "Oh my god, I can go fast and stab people." Lit 13 edgy year old me was like, "This killer is so cool." Got my ass stomped. It was Larry's, like old Larry's as well, so it was over. I then never played the game again for a while because I didn't own it.
Mhm.
Then during quarantine, it was on Xbox Game Pass, and
Yep.
I'd watched so much fucking Noob 3 for like the past year. Only's killer shit, because I'm not gonna lie, still to this day, I hate Survivor. I'm never playing that fucking role. But I'd watched so many killer main videos. I'm like, oh my god, like toxic nursemaid. Oh my, I love those videos. So it was on Game Pass, and I played it for like a month. But my friend refused to install it. So then I quit. Fast forward a year later, when I have my PC, God, fuck, my PC was so bad. I had a GTX 760 at the time. It was awful.
Mhm.
I don't know how I ever got 60 FPS. But I was at school, and my friend was like, "Yo, dude, get that Daylight with me. Like, we can grind it out. It'll be super fun." So I got the game, and I've been playing on and off ever since. Honestly, it's such a blessing to be able to actually play this game. I've never played a game consistently for this long.
I I I'm about to show my age. I'm a little older than you. Um, I was into League of Legends for a very long time. It was about 5 years of my life. Um,
I only recently got into the game like a month ago.
what League?
I, yeah, I
Oh
played it back in like 2017 on my laptop for like 3 hours, and then never again.
my blessings to you.
Oh, oh,
Um,
trust me, I've had my few teammates have been cosmetic to say the least.
um,
Oh,
but I was into League for about 5 years. I was into Rainbow Six Siege for about
oh, I love
3 years.
I
Um,
love Siege so
I was into
much.
Overwatch for about a year on and off. Uh,
I
but
love Overwatch.
I never really thought about it. I think Dead by Daylight is genuinely the game I've stuck with the longest, consistently. Because even with League, I would like take breaks. I don't really take breaks with Dead by Daylight longer than a week.
Fair
Um,
enough. I
and
think the longest break I ever took from DBD was like 2 months because I got Guilty Gear, and I was
mhm,
like, this game is pretty cool. Let me just like grind ladder on May.
mhm.
It was so much fun.
I'm
But
not
yeah,
a not a big fighting game person myself.
honestly, neither was I. But just something about like summoning an orca to bash your opponent. Fuck yes.
Uh, but the big question, because you said you started with Legion, which is just funny to me. Um, before we get into the big question, the other question, because I've noticed this is a trend with everybody. Did you have a ghost face main phase?
No, I've
Okay,
always hated that killer. I've
okay.
always hated Ghosty till the day I fucking die. That killer is boring as fuck. He does nothing. His fan base are weird. They're all just like, oh my god, Ghostface, he's so. No, he's weird.
You were the first killer main I think I've had on that has not had a ghost face main phase.
Look, I played like 2 games of him on console. I was like, damn, this killer is boring as fuck. I hate Scream. I think the franchise is garbage. The killer is boring. I hate stealth. I fucking hate Ghostface. I hate Ghostface Screams. I hate the fan base. They're all weird and simps. No, play a real killer.
You just
Sorry.
made like so many enemies with that entire sentence.
Good, come at me. I play a real killer. What about you? You play Trapper with worse, what's the perk? Haunted Grounds. I play Trapper with better Haunted Grounds. Come at me.
All right. So the big question: why Oni?
Okay, so when I first played on PC, I loved Nurse. I know, hate me. I was an OG Nurse man. I loved playing Nurse on Stretch Res. It was beautiful. Like 500 x 1080p. Oh my god, the FOV was great. But every time I'll post clips anywhere, people just like shit on me for playing Nurse. I was like, okay, she's got no fucking swag. And to me, in any game I play, if the killer doesn't have like really cool swag, skill expression, I kind of don't want to play them. And I was getting into comp at the time, and being a Nurse one trick, unless you were the GOAT, fuck no, don't do that. You need to be able to branch into other roles, like M1s or like more macro killers like Twins and Pinhead, etc. So I was like, I want to play a killer that people respect, which is ironic because no one really respects Oni anymore.
No one respects any killer in this game. What do you mean?
No, but Giga Trapper, guys, so funny. Haha, Giga Trapper.
Except Wesker, I've noticed. Wesker is the exception. Wesker is the only one I've seen people like actually like respect.
Honestly, it's 75-25. Like 75% of the population. Oh my god, Wesker's the goated killer. Other 25 are just like people who don't like DBD but still play the game. Honestly, but yeah. So I was trying to figure out what killer do I play that people respect. I was like, okay, before Oni, I grinded the fuck out of demo. Like, before I was ever known for Oni, I was known for being the demo player with, like, the worst ping possible. Which isn't true. I get 28 MS. But one day, I was scrolling through Twitter, and I see a post of, like, someone, like, complaining about Oni, saying it's all like, DPI config, all macros, whatever. And they linked a montage by, like, Easy DBD. I think it's like a Russian, like, a montage player. And I watched it, and I'm like, oh my fucking god. This killer is so swag. 180s on Oni, this shit looks cool as fuck. And I already thought Oni's aesthetic was like super cool. So I learned how to do the looking up 180, which we'll get into that later. But I thought that was so cool. And then a couple like months after me just like playing around with him in pubs, I saw a montage by Vistruous. And he was doing instant 180s, like the first ever person to do that shit. And I was like, oh my fucking god. This killer might be the GOAT. And ever since then, I just locked in. I asked my friend to teach me how to do it. He taught me how to do it. He gave me Vistrous' Discord. He then like coached me through it. And I was like a super Vistrous fanboy at the time. So it was like pretty much like getting Alran to coach you on Wesker. It was mind-blowing for me. And I've just been loving Oni ever since. He never gets boring for me. He's got so much fucking swag, and like his skill cap is insane.
I think we talked about this a little bit before this, but I still hold the opinion that Oni is the best design killer in the game for both sides.
It's just so much fun. I've always loved playing versus Oni because like I love seeing good Onis. If I get beaten by a good Oni, it makes my day because I think like 2023 summer, the Oni population was kind of like not many people were actually good at the killer, in my opinion. Like they could only look up to 180, which is like super fucking easy, and I don't ever do it because I'm elitist, whatever. But I don't know. Do you know what like Flickland is?
Yes.
Like a little group. Yeah. So I'm in that, and at the time, the Oni population was dead as fuck. It was only Weskers, only Wesker Blight, and I learned how to like do instant 180s. And I just like started like getting all my friends who knew, teaching them, and we like revived it. And you know Panda's DBD, you might see him on Twitter sometimes, Oni clips. Yeah, that is my son. That is my son. I fathered him. I made him the man he is today. But just I fucking love Oni so much.
It's like I think that idea of and Scooty kind of went into this when I brought them on for Wesker. the idea of like a killer can have skill expression and all this stuff, and we can all admit it. Like killers like Spirit and even to a lesser degree like Chucky and Singularity, all these killers have skill expression, but they're not flashy skill expression.
Yeah, they're not swaggy. But like, I'm friends with David. They taught me quite a bit about Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you know the killer, like with Spirit, you're not gonna know if the clip is swag as fuck or not.
Exactly. That's the thing. I say this so many times. I said this before about Chucky a lot too. It's like people say Chucky has no skill expression, and I'm like listing off all the skill expression. And as I do it and like I'm looking through it, I'm like, you know what? Unless someone knows, they don't know.
Yeah. Okay. Great example. Today, when I was coming home from the gym, I saw a video like hardest killers, easiest to hardest. Worst fucking video I've ever seen. I don't remember the guy's name, but I'm glad I don't. But oh my god, this guy put like twins and like the medium tier. I'm sorry, but just because that killer has like no mechanics doesn't mean the skill ceiling is not high.
No, the skill ceiling is immense.
The twin skill ceiling, like macro wise, is like the third fucking highest in the game. The quality of life changes just make the killer less like ball crushing to play. But the game sense you need to have versus anyone competent is fucking insane.
Yeah, it's like once I've said this so many times, and I had a bit of a existential crisis is the wrong word, but is a bit dramatic. But I had an existential crisis the other day talking to some people about this, where it's like I feel like macro play in this game is so under talked about. Like no one talks about it.
I mean, it's mainly because okay, I'm gonna sound like an absolute comp elitist. All pub players are trash. Lamal, get good, scrub, uninstall, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But in regular games, as I think I've genuinely turned my brain on to play macro on Oni in pubs, maybe twice in the past like month of playing. I just turned my brain off and just gigafast chases will win you games in pubs. Like
They
majority of the time.
They will. I'm not saying they won't. I'm just saying like I hate that when people talk about skill expression and stuff that the macro doesn't ever get brought up. That's my problem.
It's because you can't implement it half the time. Like, if I'm on twins, I don't need macro in regular games because I can't use it, if that makes sense. Oh, fuck, how do I word this?
Well, I mean, you like still knowing exactly where to hook somebody, where to leave Victor exactly to get the most value out of him.
That's like the bare bones. Like, you can't use your full macro knowledge when it comes to players who don't have macro knowledge. Like, you kind of just gotta autopilot it to an extent. Like, I'm not gonna be able to predict or like play around and break into 3-gen if they don't know how to. If that makes sense. It's kind of like you don't need to do it, and there's no real reason to if you can just autopilot. But when it comes to like tournament twins games are the genuine most interesting thing to watch by survivor point of view. I don't remember who uploaded it, but it was an old as fuck video, 2021 of like Oracle playing versus Trauma Twins. The survivor macro was fucking insane. Every reset was done in the correct position, correct timing. You have to die in the correct place. Otherwise, Twins gets hook, slug in 3-gen, and it's unbreakable. But in pubs, you don't have this because the matchmaking is just garbage, and the average player doesn't use macro at all. They kind of just, it's all chase.
Right, but I mean, you can still use it, is my point.
Oh, you can still use it, but like, it's never going to be, you can't express it as much as you can. Because it's kind of, your macro skill expression, the ceiling you can express it is tied to their maximum macro expression. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Well, I think the other problem with it is that in order to properly show macro, it takes like at minimum like a 2-minute clip, and ain't nobody watching a 2-minute clip.
On job. I'm sorry. I'm on Twitter. I'm not gonna hear some Singularity player explaining all the cameras. No, did you show me a ping hit? Show me like a 180 flick. I don't want to see that shit.
See,
I'll sit down and watch the video on YouTube
I'm the weirdo because I love watching those singularity clips where like they show exactly where the camera placement is and why it's there and what
And put
exactly
it
it's
on YouTube. Put it on YouTube, not Twitter. I go to Twitter for brain rot. Bro, YouTube, I want the educational shit there. On Twitter, I want my brain rot. I want my brain to like regress in brain cells. I don't want to see anything smart on Twitter. It's not the place.
I think this is why I suck at Twitter because I it's the same thing with most sites. It's like, man, I suck at this.
Nah, you just gotta like know your niche. That makes sense. If your niche is being brain dead, you gotta live up to it.
But yeah, like Oni Wesker, to a lesser extent, depends on who you ask. Billy nowadays.
Oh God, God, another Billy, Billy, no. What have they done to my beautiful killer?
But the thing with that, and I think Billy's a good because we'll probably get into this a little later. Just because he's easier doesn't mean the skill expression isn't there.
If anything, it went higher because maximizing your overdrive management, the speed, the turn rate, the fact that his power can now be used in more situations makes him harder to master. Like, just look at any of fucking Numi's clips.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, but I can guarantee there are maybe 3-4 people that can do that shit. Not the fucking Glaze, but that dude is the GOAT.
I think the problem with it, and it's ironic, right? I think it's because when you see a clip by Numi, right, or somebody like Numi, when you see a clip of someone like playing a killer that way, Numi makes it look so easy that the way people interpret it is that it's easy to do.
Honestly, exactly. Like when I saw Viscerus is hitting instaflicks like every single time in his Hodge stuff, easy as fuck. Let me up my DPI to 6k and do it. Spoiler alert. I can't fucking do it on 6k DPI. I couldn't do it then.
I thought you
now I can.
Dead by Daylight.
6k DPI and DBD. Like, okay. Side note: DPI doesn't matter for Oni.
Yeah,
we'll get into it later.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't for Chucky either.
But like,
I will get into arguments.
You have to practice that shit. It took me fucking ages to get consistent with instas on Oni.
But yeah, I definitely, because as someone who plays a killer that is often seen as completely skillless, like once again, I it's just frustrating whenever I'm talking about like the skill that everything I'm doing that goes into like getting a hit sometimes, and nobody cares.
I mean, people look at like skill floor and think it's skill ceiling, honestly.
That and like I think once again, I don't think anyone in this community knows what skill is. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Honestly, yeah, kind of. Like, not gonna lie. I think Doctor's fucking brain dead. I don't care if you're the GOAT. I genuinely think that killer is like 0 IQ.
I disagree. I don't think there's a single killer in this game that is as skillless as people lit on. I can't name one.
I'm gonna say fucking Legion, dog. That killer?
No, even then.
What is there to Legion? What is there to Legion?
When you hit somebody, you get the killer instinct giving the information on them, and you have to know how to use that information properly.
You just W key to them.
But you don't have to. That's the decision making right there.
You know what? Fair enough. He's got like 2 IQ requirements, not 0.
You see what I'm saying, though, right? Like every killer has skill expression. People just don't want. People don't want to hear it most of the time.
I mean, when people hear skill expression, they mean like it takes. When people say it takes skill, they mean like it takes a good amount of effort.
Yeah, fair enough, but that's not skill. Skill doesn't equal effort. Effort doesn't equal skill.
True. I don't know. I think people
knowledge is skill. Decision making is skill.
I was just watching the clip. What the fuck is that collision? What the fuck did they do to Macmillan? I forgot about this.
But no, like skill, like knowledge is skill. Decision making is skill.
Just the amount of effort you need to put into it, I think, determines the level of skill it takes.
See, I disagree with that statement completely.
I think skill and effort are equally tied. Like, if something takes 0 effort, to me, it takes 0 skill. Like, hitting a frenzy, to me, is 0 effort, which does for me 0 skill.
Well,
but like, hitting an insta hug on Wesker takes a lot of effort, which means it takes a lot of skill.
I think that's where the disagreement is coming in, because I'm not talking about using the power. I'm talking about playing the killer as a whole.
Oh, as a whole? I mean, I guess like each killer has like their own individual skill set for macro, which that's valid as fuck.
And that's what I'm saying. People don't talk about that.
I honestly, yeah, I kind of see I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because like I said, it's like whenever I ask people, like I've asked people before, like which killers take skill. Usually, only three ever get mentioned. It's Oni,
Hell yeah!
Wesker, and
Go.
Hillbilly.
No,
That's
no blight, no
no
nurse. The
blight. No,
fuck?
no one mentions blight or nurse anymore.
The fuck? Or like,
Here's the
people?
reason for both of those. People say that once you get good enough at them, it doesn't matter. You should be you once you get good enough with them, there is no skill anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack.
Yeah, once again,
Like,
welcome to the problem with when I'm talking about skill, because okay, what does that even mean?
okay, what? The killer still takes skill, but just the okay.
So
Because the average player in this game is super easily beatable if you learn the bare requirements. Like, I can hop on twins. I'm garbage at that killer. I know jack shit. I can 4-man slug. The killer still takes skill. Just the people don't know what they're doing.
but the thing is, like I said, the argument is, so for nurse, for example, I think nurse is the biggest argument for this. Once you get good enough at her, then there is no skill expression.
Oh my. Okay, as an old as fuck nurse player, the reason is because many people just can't play versus obscure killers. Like, Nurse has an insane amount of skill expression, one of the highest in the fucking game.
I would agree.
The skill floor, whatever. I don't give a fuck about the skill floor. But there is not a single pump nurse in the world that can come close to the B tier, like nurses that play in tourneys. I'm sorry, but go play versus like old Towie nurse, for example. Not the greatest example, but he still fucking wipes every single pub nurse currently. Because that's where the real skill expression is. Nurse skill expression is tied to the survivor skill cap.
Yeah.
Because you need to know how to like either biblioteca. The game sense you need on her is insane. I've watched nurses get like sub 15-second chases and still get 4-man outed because their game sense is just not real.
Well, that's the other thing with skill expression that I think comes into play is game sense. I think it's another thing people forget. It don't bring up enough.
100%. Nurse game sense is fucking insane.
And I've said this so many times. It's my problem when people talk about skill in this game because, like, okay, if your idea of skill is just the macro, that's fine. Or I'm sorry, that's the macro, the micro. That's fine. I don't care if that is your definition of skill. Whatever. Different strokes, different folks. But you have to qualify that. When you say a killer takes no skill, you don't, like, I hate it that people say it in such a generalistic sense.
I mean, yeah, I think people need to be like a lot more explicit when I say Legion takes no skill. I mean the core using their power takes no skill, and in my honest opinion, okay, knowing if you should go like hit the survivor in the killer instinct is pretty much just knowing are they too far, which is kind of just like general M1 game sense. Like I think Trapper as a killer takes no skill because it's just M1 and just placing in traps and loops. There is like no thought process to me.
So is general M1 gameplay not skillful at all?
It is, but it's not a killer specific thing. If that makes sense. Like, okay, I'll use a great example. Yeah, again, Legion. I Legion to me is the power. The M1 game sense and mechanics are very skillful, but that's not a specific killer thing. It is a core thing. That makes sense, right?
Okay.
In order to be a good Legion, you have to have good M1 mechanics and game sense. But Legion the killer isn't M1 gaming. Like the killer is the frenzy.
Mm-hmm.
The M1 mechanics and game sense are just what it also needs.
So I think this is where I deviate from everybody because I'm combining it all together.
If you combine it all together, then every killer is like an insane skill cap because the skill cap of M1 game sense and mechanics are fucking insane. Like look at Zaka and then look at my game. Then look at me. The gap is immense.
Yeah, once again, I think this is where the not the controversy, but the cognitive dissonance comes in whenever I'm talking about skills because I'm combining it all because I don't think it's realistic, especially on specific killers like Legion, where, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to down them with your M1.
True.
So the M1 gameplay is part of Legion. There's no getting around it.
I mean, true, but like you can apply that M1 to other, like, okay, I cannot apply Oni skill to any other character, but I can apply his M1 to Clown, Pinhead, Legion, Freddy, even though that killer is not even real to me.
Mm-hmm.
I refuse to buy that fucker.
Right, but like, but my point is, like, when someone says a generalistic statement of this killer takes no skill, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, like you view the killer is everything. I just view the killer as like their power.
But like, if what they're saying is the power takes no skill to use, I might agree with that. But no one ever says that.
Yeah,
They
people
always
are not.
say the killer. That's my problem.
Like if people are more
direct,
direct or like explaining. I don't fucking know the word explanative. Is that even a word? Man, fuck this language. But like, if they were more transparent, let's say,
mm-hmm.
does that work? I don't fucking know. This language sucks.
I get what you mean, but yeah,
like about what they were saying, then yeah. Like I've had so many people on Twitter when I say like Spirit nerfs have like an insanely high skill cap, they think how hard are they to get the base value? Like Billy now, dog, I suck at Billy, but I can get easy value.
But yeah, and that brings in the other thing, the base. I say, like, people say, like, before the singularity changes, people were like, singularity is hard to play. I'm like, no, not at the base. He's not. Like, if you want to just play him, he's really not that difficult. If you want to master him.
Oh, he's still insanely hard to master. Yeah. I fucking love Singu. I'm not gonna lie. My guilty pleasure, if I ever like lose an Oni match really badly because I'm on like RPD, I will boot up Singu, I will 4-man slug, then hook. It is so beautiful to me. I love that killer.
Singularity is, and people get like thrown off when I say this, and you can ask my stream chat, they'll tell you the same thing. Singularity is my brain off killer.
Same. I turn my brain off. It's so much fun. Camera here. Goop, teleport, M1 down, 4-man slug. It's beautiful. I know his macro and his game sense are so high. I've scrimmed him. But oh my god, is it so much fun to just get in chase every 20 seconds and turn your brain off. It's beautiful.
It's great. Until you get a map with like 47 pallets. Anyways.
God.
So
RPD.
So leading on from the skill expression to the next question of Oni, like I said, I still feel is like one of the best design killers in the game for both sides. I think the fact that Oni has ups and downs during the match, the fact that the power is essentially, I know some would disagree with this statement, but essentially in the survivor's hands.
Kinda.
I mean, if they don't ever get hit.
I mean, look, unless you're playing versus the GOATs, you should be getting power. Okay, to an extent, if there's like toolboxes and shit, sure. Getting power like 3 gens makes sense, or it's like a really bad map. But if the map is fair and balanced, you should get hit at like 4 gens. Because not gonna lie, the average player on server is kind of like, And just you can bloodlust most tiles versus most players anyway.
Yeah, but my point is, in theory.
Oh, in theory, definitely. Like Survivor, in theory, especially if they're good, dog, you're not getting power. You're not.
But my point is they have the ability to postpone your power.
It's honestly so much fun. Like the reward you get for that earning that power is so beautiful.
But yeah, and that's what when I say like he has ups and downs throughout the match. It's not like as much as I enjoy the new Billy, I still think he needs a little bit of adjustments.
Take away low pro.
The fact that Billy is you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. Billy is the only M2 insta down killer with no cooldown.
Yeah, he pretty much is.
Yeah. That doesn't seem a little bit insane to you?
Look, if they just remove low pro and spiked boots, he's perfectly fine. Just those 2 add-ons are so stupid. Get rid of them, he's fine. I've
heard the suggestion, make it so low pro can't down. If they're injured, it just deep wounds them.
Just remove the add-on. He already has insane zoning anyway. Like low pro, okay. the beauty of low pro, unironically, isn't even the hit. It's the giga zoning. Like
They
with
can't.
low pro,
They
you're just
can't.
giga zone with it.
They can't just remove an add-on.
They can just rework it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said remove it though.
I mean, they did remove some of his add-ons to make them entirely new things.
Yeah, like I said, if they just made low pro like not down, I don't think it would be that big of a deal.
I mean, even then, the zoning would still be insane. In my opinion, just rework it entirely. Maybe do something else. Maybe like I don't know, just fucking just make it something not zoning related. Because Billy's already insane at that. And apart from that, I think he's perfectly fine. People kind of just complain about him now because like he's a lot harder to play versus. And
oh yeah, 100%.
I love playing versus Billy. No, you don't. No, you fucking don't. Back in the day, you only liked playing versus him majority of the time because he was garbage. And you wanted to stay at a car for 5 minutes and watch him miss every flick. Fuck no, that shit was boring as fuck. Me, I liked Billies who could zone M1, wreck his yard. It was beautiful.
But with Oni, like I said, has the ups and the downs during the match, which I think is it's the same reason I think Plague is perfectly designed too. I love Plague and Pinhead. I think as much as I hate playing against Pinhead, this is something I tell people all the time because people get confused by this. I despise playing against Pinhead. I think Pinhead is one of the best design killers in the game.
He's a lot of fun to play. Play versus in a 4-man, it's so much fun. The macro is beautiful. I love it. But the 1v1 versus Pinhead?
I hate playing against Pinhead, but I still agree he is really well designed. I wouldn't want to change him at all. Just
remove OG Pain, please. Thank you.
Oh yeah.
It's so cheap. It's so cheap.
So for Oni, as I just said, perfectly designed in my opinion. Are there any changes to Oni you would make? Now this includes add-ons, base kit, and I like to talk about the teachables because it's something that people don't really talk about too much, and there's actually one perk that he has that I actually kind of want to talk about a little bit.
All right. So for me, I think Oni's major issue is that you fucking need Hull to have fun. I like the drop rate add-ons are his best add-ons by far.
Mm-hmm.
Without those, I feel like I'm not even playing a killer. Cause sure, I can get the M1 in like 20 seconds, but having to draw out that chase for that long just to be able to play my killer feels so garbage. What I would love is to make green, the green drop rate base kit, and then slightly nerf those two, but to make it so you get more in the end. Actually, you know what? They could just make it so purple, like nerf purple drop rate and make green base kit, so it would total out to just current purple drop rate. Mm-hmm. I feel beautiful because it means you can actually like experiment with other add-ons, even though most of them suck. But hey ho, you can actually play your killer without feeling like you have to run that add-on. Because Oni with and without drop rate are not the same killer.
Right, I would agree. I mean, whenever I play Oni, which is very casually, but whenever I play Oni, I think the drop rate ones are the ones I always bring.
You fucking need it.
It feels like if you don't have them, like I said, you just don't get your power as often as you should.
You're just not a killer without it, honestly. And I see, quick thing, I see people say, oh, bring Sloppy if you don't want to bring it. No, those people are not smart. Sloppy is a garbage perk. You get 1 to 2 more orbs per heal. With orb, you get like 3 to 4. Like, not even per heal, just more. It's insane. Sloppy is the biggest misconception about Oni. Never run that perk, it's garbage. You're Trapper, but worse. You don't have a chase power in M1. How are you getting more M1 hits?
Well, I mean, you still have to get at least 1 or 2 throughout the match.
I mean, yeah, but then like you're running a perk for like 2 procs. That shit is garbage.
It's guaranteed though.
I could like run Sloppy on like Blight and get 2 M1s, but it's redundant as fuck. It does nothing for me.
Yeah, but once it's guaranteed value.
Guaranteed value? Why would I take $1 value when I could take $200 value?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what if you didn't have an option?
Didn't have an option? At that point, Sure, run it. You have nothing else. But it's still not gonna be good. Like if I'm starting out the game with Oni with no other perks, just as teachables, yeah, I can run them, but like they're still garbage. Like
Um,
on my add-on tier list, I have a tier which is called "If you have nothing else, Lamal." Just if you have nothing else, run them. They're still not good, but if you
no.
have nothing else, yeah, just run them.
Yeah. What about Gift of Pain?
Gift of Pain, I love it, but it's not great, but it's not bad. It's underrated as fuck, mainly because of the fact that it procs not because you M1, not because you down, put them on a scourge hook, forces them to reset, and then they get a slow penalty, which is great. Plus, if you're playing Oni, you should be running pain res. If you don't, hit me up. I will send you like $5 Venmo. Get you the artist DLC. You gotta run pain res on this killer. It's beautiful.
Am I?
One of his best perks.
I'm gonna be the guy. I actually don't like pain res
On Oni?
on any killer.
What?
Yeah, I don't like pain res.
That perk is like a godsend.
It is. It's good. Don't get me. Don't misunderstand me. I think it's amazing. The value it gives you is insane. Don't get me wrong. I just hate running it.
Honestly, fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't like the RNG reliance.
Honestly, that's valid as fuck. I've had some games, especially indoors, I've had the worst RNG spawns. It's like Satan said to me, "Fuck you, this game you're not having fun. Like, you gotta pop a Prozac or some shit to enjoy this shit." It was awful. I've had 4 pain reses topside on ARP, and they popped 2 gens first topside. I'm not going there!
It's just I don't like the RNG reliance of it, but that's just a me thing. Now, once again, don't get me wrong. Pain res is like the best perk in the game right now. One of, if not the best. But yeah, I don't run it because I don't like the RNG aspect of it.
But yeah, Gift of Pain, super underrated. I think it needs a couple tweaks to it. Mainly, Scourge Hook like RNG. If they fix that, I think Scourge of Pain becomes an insane fucking perk. Especially on Oni. Because you get 2 forms of slowdown that is consistent.
If they fix Scourge Hook RNG, though, they'd have to adjust pain res again.
Fuck no. I think pain res is perfectly fine right now. 20% flat is fine. With the way you have to play for the perk, go for other people, I think it's fine. The only thing that could come out of it, it just becomes more balanced.
You gotta look at it from a game designer's perspective.
I mean, the reason the perk has a flaw is an inherent game flaw, not the perk flaw. That makes sense.
Yeah,
like
but that was part of the flaw of it was designed on purpose.
If I think they should just have 2 on each side and make Scorch Hook. Okay, here's my great idea. Make Scorch Hooks, right? After they're used, they respawn as normal hooks. Bada beam, bada boom. Fixed. Because then you can't just keep hooking on that. You have to play around the other hooks.
Fair
you can't
enough.
just keep... You can't, like... If you kill someone on Scorch Hook, you fuck up. You lose a lot of shit. Now with hooks respawning...
Have you have you read the dev notes on why they did Scourge Hooks the way they did?
Not gonna lie, I haven't read dev notes in like 3 years. I just look at the numbers.
So the reason that the Scourge Hooks are random and the way they're set up, how they only work on the 4 hooks, they wanted it when you downed a survivor for you to make a decision. Do I go for the farther Scourge Hook and get the value of my perk? Or do I just go for the closer hook right here and get no value from my perks?
That actually makes a lot of sense.
Honestly, they want it to be. They don't want it to be guaranteed. They want it to be a decision-making moment.
That's kind of valid, but there are some maps where that entire idea is just nah. Fuck all of that. You know, sometimes it's just a map issue.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's perfect, but that's why I think if they made them more consistent, like the RNG, they would have to adjust pain res because their design for that perk is not what we want it to be.
I mean, honestly, that is like a great explanation from them. But please, for the love of God, fix some fucking maps. Like, if I load into Larry's with pain res, I'm not even running a perk sometimes, dog.
That's why I don't run pain res.
But I will forever run pain res. That perk is my baby. I remember on like RTSPC PTB, I read that shit. I'm like, damn, this shit gonna be broken as fuck. I saw a content creator saying, nah, this shit is garbage. Worse than pop. Where are we now? Where are we now? Painter's number one.
I think. Yeah, I mean, once again, I play a killer who can't even really use any slowdown other than pain res, and I still don't run it.
You can run like eruption.
Chucky isn't that great at kicking gens. He's slow.
So is Oni. You don't kick gens in power. You just like it's more like an M1 thing. You kind of just set up.
Yeah,
you gotta set up eruption. You gotta play for it.
It's what I'm saying. Like Chucky, because of how slow Chucky is, and that he needs to be in chase at almost all times. It's just I don't like. I don't. The kicking perks just don't really work well on him.
Honestly, just like brain off, no way out, deadlock, but it be mud boom. You're sorted.
Yeah, deadlock's about the only one. You can't even run Jolt on Chucky. You can't run Pop on Chucky that well. You can't. I mean,
Jolt just fucking sucks. I'm sorry. I've hated that perk forever. So a long time ago, I was in the official DBD Discord, right? Mm-hmm. I got banned for posting like exploits. What were they? A tutorial on how to hug tech. That got me banned, right? But me posting Oni clips, 180ing, fine. But you can't teach people. You can show, but you can't teach. I remember there was some guy in there, like, swearing that Jolt was a godsend, that Jesus Christ made the perk himself. For context, I think I have 200 hours on serve. We scrimmed him. This guy never got a Jolt proc. All you need to do, W key away from active gens, they do not have a perk.
Yeah.
They don't. If you just play serve right, they don't have a perk.
Yeah, fair enough, but if it's a small map.
Small map, even then, the slowdown's garbage. It's like 8%.
Yeah, it's passive.
I mean, it's passive, but like, just run eruption.
Was it more? I think that's the thing with Jolt. That's why I mean I don't run it on Chucky because you can't, but on killers that I can run it on, like I've actually kind of not really been running it as much lately, but it's just a I don't have to think perk.
I mean, definitely, like it's brain off. If it worked on like M2s, I think it would be so much more popular.
Oh, 100%.
But since it only worked on M1s, like the only people that can properly get value are like Singularity, maybe Pinhead if you're on like a smaller map. Only those two really. Like on Wraith, Eruption is better. So many other killers, Eruption is better. And even on Singularity, Eruption is better.
I just don't like kicking gens.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I feel so powerful.
So if I don't like kicking gens and I don't like the RNG of Scourge hooks, Jolt's like my only option.
And sad you can't even use on your own killer. It's a hard life being a Chucky main.
I made an entire fucking thread about this on how Chucky just none of the slowdown really works with him. The best we have is Grim Embrace and Deadlock.
Okay, Grim Embrace was my favorite perk ever since it got released. Back when it was garbage, I loved that perk. I don't know why, but running Grim No Way Out and Barbecue when you got stacks for it felt so fucking good. Getting all 4 stacks, I felt like the GOAT. But now it's kind of like, I hate running it, bro. It's so free.
But other than the blood drops, that's really all you would change about Oni.
And okay, bring 180s to console, but the 180 conversation happens later. Okay. Just bring it to console.
We'll talk about 180s later. Get a whole section for that.
It's beautiful.
So teachable there's no changes to any of the add-ons either. You wouldn't change any of them.
I mean, there's not so much you can do with them. Like,
not even the useless Eerie that I'm going to mention right now.
Bro, fuck all of them. I don't care. Like, okay, look, they suck, and that's okay. Those add-ons I call fun player add-ons, right? They run things for the fun of it, the idea of it. It's like people to me who play Ghostface. They like the idea of playing Ghostface. I don't think anyone actually enjoys the killer. They just like playing as Ghostface, right? People run the Eerie's to have fun running something different or whatever. Let them have their fun. I'm not gonna invade on it. I honestly don't know what you could do to change the other add-ons to make them good without being oppressive.
I think the Aura Eerie is fine. I don't think that one really needs to be changed. I think it does what it's supposed to do.
It's just kind of garbage in general. It doesn't really do anything.
The other one, though, the screaming one.
It's so fucking bad.
That
So
one, I think,
it's.
needs to be changed. And here's my change to it.
I swear to God, if you say, "Oh, make it proc when you down," I will burn you.
Make it map wide.
It still does nothing. Like, okay, cool. I miss my down. I know someone's here, but I don't know what the fuck to do with it. I'm still gonna change the same person because if you miss a flick or like a hit on someone, you're already close enough to them, so it doesn't even matter that you know that
Right,
someone else is
right,
there.
right, right.
Just run infectious, which don't do that by the way, but you know.
But just make it map wide, because then when you can just, let's say you lost somebody, or you're not currently chasing somebody for whatever reason, just slam into the ground. Now you got screams. Now you know where to go.
You got to be running duration then, because like missing power is painful.
Right.
Also, another thing. This is my idea for my method of thinking for a lot of add-ons. In my opinion, add-ons should either fix or complement the weaknesses of a killer than empower their strengths.
Mhm.
Like drop rate is insane because it fixes his weakness. Speed is insane because it fixes his weakness of some loops not being playable. I'm used demo because I love that killer. Barb's glasses and Blackheart fix the issue of his power kind of being dog shit, gives him better zoning, fixes that. Because without it, oh my fucking god, like breaking pallets on demo without Blob's glasses fucking sucks.
Mhm.
And hitting someone without Blackheart sucks. It fixes the weakness of the killer. So buffing something like the slam, you're not fixing any weaknesses. You're just kind of making him do something else that he doesn't need or doesn't really benefit from.
I think this is where our dichotomy is going to come in, because I actually think that's what most add-ons should do.
They should do that if the killer themselves didn't feel so add-on reliant. Like, for example, on Larry, now, like current Larry, I think can have the most wonderful add-on design because you base kit Larry is beautiful to play. I feel great running random shit because I don't feel like I need to. His weaknesses are already covered by his base kit, and he doesn't need add-ons to fix any weakness, like say for EMPs or whatever. Because some killers' weaknesses I think are fine. Like EMPs on Larry, perfect. Don't make any add-ons to change that. Give him shit that can alter the way he plays. If the base kit is good enough or feels nice enough to do that. On Oni, currently with how he is, unless they make drop rate base kit and change some loops, I forever think his add-ons need to be able to fix what he doesn't do.
Right, and I can see that argument. My point is, like, I think, like, especially like iridescence and purples, I think they should fundamentally change how the power works.
Definitely. I think every iridescent in this game should giga change it. Not to be like, oh, you get aura reading, or oh, you get like
Exposed.
infectious fright or whatever. No, I want the Eerie to fucking make the killer do something like giga crazy with the power. Like everyone says, Eerie Pyramid Head, make it like a cone or some shit. On Oni, I want this motherfucker to like be able to spin in circles or whatever. Dumb example. Like, I just wanted to do something dumb. Like it could be garbage. You ever see like CS:GO spin botting?
Yeah.
Well, I want that on Oni, right? Like, sure, nerf his speed or whatever the power. I want to be able to fucking 360 spin, but keep going forward. I want to look like I downloaded some shit off some Russian website. Okay, just make it goofy.
I'm just imagining Oni just like coming to you at a loop, and he just starts spinning around like a tornado with the mallet.
Okay, a long time ago, you could do it on Blight, but back when modding was around, basically free legal fucking cheats. There was a pack file I never got to use, sadly. I wish I did. But you had it's like 100% turn rate on Oni. Like if like when you're in M1, that turn rate. So there was a clip of it. I don't know where it is. It's pissing me off till this day. But it was the funniest shit ever. It was helicopter blight with Oni. You just span in circles and just hit someone randomly. It's like your CS:GO spin botting. It was the best shit ever.
I am gonna say something right now, and I want to make this very clear that I personally don't care, but you were probably going to be the most controversial guest I've ever had on this podcast.
Good. I wanna be. For the right reason, okay? For the right reason. I was gonna say for the right reason.
Well, yeah, because you're not like cancelable shit. I'm just saying spin botting. You talked about stretch res earlier.
Oh God, like
you have a crosshair on
dog.
your screen. I can see it right now.
Okay, I just hope you know I use one reshade for everything apart from Coldwind. That has been on my screen for 3 years, and I'm never gonna change it.
I don't even care. If I'm honest with you, I don't care. But I know some people do. So,
And all these, okay, PSA: Stretchers is not losing you games. Filters are not losing you game. Four-man comms, Swift are not losing you games. You lose because you suck.
I don't think
Sorry.
I don't think that's the argument, though.
It doesn't make, okay. I need Stretchers back. I will win with it. I will win without it. It just felt so nice. Like, okay,
But
I'm gonna send you.
The argument is that it's not in the base game.
CS:GO with Stretch Res.
Yeah, but are the devs okay with it?
Yeah, it's been in the game for what, years?
That's the thing. Are the devs okay with
Okay,
it? Dead by Daylight?
okay. League. You can download Blitz or Ute.gg and get like insane fucking jungle timings, right?
Yeah.
You can do that perfectly fine. But me, I can't have a beautiful FOV. Wow. I see behavior. You just hate fun.
No, they just don't think it fits the integrity of their game.
I'm gonna have an aneurysm. Okay, I don't agree with it.
You don't have
but
to.
Integrity with this game does not exist. I am playing fucking the Armored Titan. I am playing the Armored. I am playing the Armored Titan. I am playing for montages. I treat this game like a frag movie.
I didn't say the realism of the game. I said the integrity of the game.
The integrity of this game was lost years ago, in my opinion, and that's a good thing. This game to me, right? The integrity was lost years ago, and that was the best thing to ever happen. Because we're getting FNAF, baby. We're getting fucking FNAF.
But
to all you FNAF haters, fuck you.
It's once again, it's a complicated topic because once again, it doesn't really matter what we think; it's what the devs think.
True, and on the record, I'm gonna say this: if they ever think Oni should not be able to 180, you will never see me play this game again. The day they remove it is the day I will go play League for 10 hours a day, solo queue Samira, shout at my fucking bot lane for not playing the Enchantress or an engage support, and lose my mind.
I once again, I think it comes down to that because, like with League, for example, like you brought up the jungle timers,
yeah.
Those are in game.
I know, but like, okay. Also understanding, okay, now they are. I swear, a while ago they weren't.
They weren't.
Like, they brought them into the game.
They brought them into the game because the third-party system was being used so much.
Exactly. Just embrace it. Embrace it. I think the reason people hate Stretch Res was because some killer mains were genuinely garbage and didn't want to blame their loss on themselves. Okay, I'm gonna send you what Oni looked like with like Giga Stretch Res back in the day. This is like it's an OG Oni montage. But to me, this right here is peak DVD. 2021 was the best year of DVD. We got Pinhead. We had the best UI possible. We had Stretch Res. Look how beautiful this looks. Look at this.
This looks like garbage.
I
can't even tell what's going on.
Pause. That's because, the clips were downloaded and edited on like an iPhone 6. The lore of this video is crazy. But genuinely, it's beautiful. I can see everything. I feel like the GOAT. I feel like I'm going super fast. I don't know how Mach speeds work, but just imagine a high number, whatever Mach speed is. It was beautiful. I could see everything.
I'm going to address chat real quick. So, Wise, you bring up a good point on rocket jumping. Rocket jumping was an exploit in the source code years ago. When I say years, I mean like the fucking late 90s.
God, I'm not that old, dog. I was born in 06.
So in that game, rocket jumping was an exploit. It was an exploit based off how the movement mechanics worked in that game.
They embraced it, right?
They embraced it. It's in like every video game now.
Good.
But the question becomes, at what point do you embrace something, and at what point don't you?
Okay.
What is the line?
So for stretches, okay, not gonna lie, I'm just being a bitch about it. Like I just miss it, bro. I miss you to see everything. I'm fine with it being gone. I get it. Okay, some people were not happy that you could see over some shit. As a killer main, I didn't give a fuck. Like, because to me, if you win, you're better. If you lose, you're worse. Whatever.
Mm.
But with like exploits and shit, if one, it takes effort to do, to execute, to implement, and if it looks swag as fuck,
But
keep it.
okay, that second part is subjective, and the first part, who gets to decide that?
The devs apparently, which is really scary
I mean,
because I've seen how they play this game,
that's
and
every
it's
video.
not good.
That's every video game ever, though.
But look at the Apex. Like, okay, before I ever grinded DBD, I have played Apex on and off since day one. That game is the most beautiful mainstream move in the game now. I'm sorry, but in my opinion, I also play Titanfall 2, but Apex is better in movement. I'm just saying. Like, I'm sorry, Titanfall 2 movement is kind of pee-pee right now.
You would hate
But
how I play Apex.
I swear to God, if you like play crypto or something, I would have break you.
Crypto, Rampart, and Watson are mains.
Okay, no, I fuck with Watson heavy, but I Giga Rush Watson. Like
I don't. That's my problem with Apex because I'm the guy who's like,
you're one of those people. You sat in a bunker. You're like, hey guys, can we go caustic Rampart Watson? I want to sit in a building and no one can get the.
No. I do want to sit in a building, but I want to wait for them to come to us, not me rush them.
Okay, you know, World's Edge.
Yes.
You know, like I have played this game in years, but like the main part with the zipline building, the old zipline building.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to do was land there, get a gun, and start fucking ziplining up, movement, crack God. I was like 13 shitting on like people coming from their 9 to 5, whatever. It was the best feeling ever on Watson. Fence here, movement. Oh, you come fight me on the movement. You're not out moving me. Get stunned. Boom, beam, bada boom.
Just to give you an idea of me, okay? I do fishing streams on Dead by Daylight.
How the fuck are you into fish in this game?
You run Dragon's Grip on Xenomorph. You kick a gen. You hide in tunnels.
Okay, that's kind of funny as shit.
But I'll do that. But I will do that for hours.
Okay, for me, any game, I gotta go fast, but hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta have swag while doing so.
Well, but my point with that is like I know I'm in the minority on that. I can literally stare at a wall for hours and have fun. I'm not even kidding. I've done it. I've done it on stream.
I don't know how. Like maybe it's because I'm like young as shit.
It has nothing to do. It's just it's a lot of factors. The army probably helped. There's an expression in the military called "hurry up and wait." Like sometimes, okay, just old army stories. I don't really get to talk about these very often.
Hell yeah.
So it's not exciting, trust me. We had to go get what's known as our peanut butter shots, which is when they put a shot in your butt. Yeah. Anyways, so the way the line to wait, we had to wait in line. We're not allowed to talk. We're not allowed to do anything. 5 hours.
How the fuck? Look, okay, I had to get my passport renewed. It was like a 2-hour drive. I was at the embassy for 3 hours with my phone. I felt like I was in fucking hell.
Yeah, like
how you stay silent for 5 hours to get the needle in your ass? I don't know how the fuck you do that, but like salute to you. I'm doing like the salute fucking thing right now. Thank you for serving not my country but your country. Yippee-ki-yay to you.
Like, yeah, hurry up and wait. It's just a real like. There's an old joke in the army where if you give us a box and a box and a bunch of rocks, we'll be entertained for hours. That's all we need.
Give me a pack of cigarettes and I'll be happy for like 3.
Like we had to do fire guard, which is when you have to stay up for 24 hours and just kind of watch the front desk. You're not allowed to, yeah, you're
how do you stay up for 24 hours? I had
to do a 72-hour shift once.
Dog, was the pay worth it?
No.
Oh god, look, you got some work ethic. I don't know how the fuck you do that. Also, hello Leaf. Leaf is my grandson of Oni, for context.
Yeah, no.
He's a Wesker player, but he's my grandson now.
Yeah, like 72. I did a 72-hour guard shift once. Once again, you're not allowed to look at your phone or do anything.
Man, fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck. I'm not going into the army.
Or yeah, once again, like I feel like I got my patience from that. Because like I said, I can literally stare at a wall and be entertained. Am I entertaining? That's a whole other topic.
I mean, I would say I'm having fun here. This is fun, man.
But moving a bit on from the controversial topics. Oni's Teachables, which once again this is
all garbage. Rework them all. Make them all do something else.
This is something that no one ever talks about because reasons. Oni's Teachables, for those who don't know, because I always forget one of them. It's Zancian Tactics, Blood Echo, Nemesis. Is that his other one?
Yeah. Nemesis, Blood Echo, and Zancian Tactics. So they all suck.
Now, granted, I do agree with you. Nemesis has a purpose, though. It has a point. It does something. Blood Echo.
Oh my god.
Blood Echo.
My son.
Blood Echo. Same thing. It like good or bad, it still does its job, right? It does a thing. Zancian. This is the one.
Nothing.
This is the one I wanted to talk about.
Like, God, I have hatred for that fucking perk. Ever since that clown guide, I've seen people talk about it. That shit is ass.
I run it.
Rework it. Make it do anything else. I'm convinced me pissing on my keyboard gets more value than that perk.
I run it when a new map comes out. That's it. That's it. It's the only time I ever run it.
Fuck that. That perk is like, you are nerfing yourself. Get on Doctor, in my opinion. I'm sorry, Mr. Wise, but no. Just no.
You could killers have object permanence.
Just look through. Okay, here's how you get Zancian Tactics base kit, right? You play the game for the 20 hours, you turn on your monitor, you look forward. If you need glasses like me, you put them on, boom, there you go. You're fine. You're good from there.
So here's the thing, right? Because people often ask, why is Windows good, but Zancian isn't? Here's why Windows is good and Zancian isn't. Windows means the survivors know where they have to go. The thing with the killer is they don't often get to pick that. So once they're at a loop, it doesn't matter if they know there's a pallet there or a window there. They can see it before they're actually there. On top of that, if they've already been to the loop, that's the other thing with Windows. A survivor needs that information, especially in solo queue, because they don't know what their teammates were doing on the other side of the map and dropping all the pallets. They don't know that. So they need Windows to know that. The killer is the one who kicked the pallet. They know. So there's virtually no reason to run Zancian on a killer. There are exceptions, but those exceptions are so minute, it's just not worth it.
No exceptions. No exceptions ever. Not even on new players. You're just gonna crutch. Fuck all that.
As far as changing it goes,
make this something else, please. It's for the love of God. Make it something else to interactive and fun. Like, what I mean by that, I've seen people like say, "Oh, I love running like, fuck, what's like a garbage perk? Name any garbage perk.
Chlorophobia.
Yeah, that I love running that. Such a fun perk. How? It doesn't. It's a passive perk. You don't do anything with it. There's no interactivity with it. You're not doing anything. It just sits there. Like, how are you having fun with the perk? You're not doing anything. It just sits there and looks pretty on your perk screen and does nothing all game.
Some people like that. Some people like the passive stuff.
The how is that like fun?
Some people just like the fact that something's just working.
To be fair, some people like find Legion fun. You know, to each their own. Around that billion format slug, just run infectious, dog. Just run infectious. You're fine.
I think they meant chlorophobia.
Chlorophobia, I know. Xeno build, pandas. Shush.
Like chlorophobia, pandas. I think was probably a like, it's not completely useless. It has its moments, but
chlorophobia, like, I only ever run it if I want to like format and bleed out. Not gonna lie, if I had a bad day, or if I know someone that I don't like.
My problem with chlorophobia is just it's one of those perks that it's a perk that has no feedback unless it's like actively like. So like it reduces healing speeds, sure, but if they're hitting all the skill checks, which depending on the player depends, but if they're hitting all the skill checks, you have no idea it's working.
Honestly, you kind of just gotta pray it works. It's kind of like what's another fuck? I honestly like I've been running the same build for like 6 months. I forgot so many perks exist.
It's like my problem with Gearhead.
Oh yeah.
Gearhead, like I think Gearhead is an alright perk. It's just like I think the problem it has is there's no feedback. Um, I've said for years, just add a sound effect when it goes off. That's all you have to do, and I guarantee you, more people would run Gearhead.
Okay, shit like plaything. You don't really know if it's working or not. Like half the time, you just don't know.
That's oblivious and shit. That's most status effects. Like blindness. I've said this before. Blindness, I actually don't think is that bad of a status effect.
It's all right.
For general play, I don't think blindness is that bad of a status effect. The problem with blindness is you have no idea if it's doing anything.
That's why I hate most about like most perks. You just don't know what they're doing. Like, for example, septic touch. I don't know if I'm getting value.
Septic touch and genetic limits. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm getting value out of them. I don't know what is it doing. It kind of just sits there. But like perks like Force Penance. Oh my god. Force Penance, most underrated killer perk of all time. That was a beautiful perk on almost every M1.
Yeah. And then I mean like machine learning is a good example I think of how to do this because machine learning is not that great of a perk even after the change.
It's garbage.
It's fun, don't get me wrong.
Batteries included. I love that perk.
But
only Chucky perk I like. Batteries included.
Machine learning. You don't like Friends to the End?
No.
Really?
I like Spirit if I want to be a brick, but apart from that, nah.
You don't like it? I mean, it's just guaranteed info. That's why I like it.
Miu's game sense. I hate aura perks, by the way. I fucking hate all of them. I only ran barbecue for the blood points back in the day. I've never enjoyed the aura perks. Like, I don't like perks that take away game sense.
I see. But I feel like machine learning, like, because it does the sound effect when it goes off, and it's like not like a subtle one. It's like a chunk noise. It's like it's great.
It's cool. Like I like interactivity. Like, okay, if for example Nemesis, if there were like some blood, like rage, if there's like a rage effect when you got stunned, I would unironically just run it because it would sound cool as fuck. Like you get stunned, you get pissed off. Buff to that perk. If you get stunned, 5% like haste buff when you're going towards the obsession or some shit. That would be so cool.
There is a game, I forget which game did it. Someone will remind me. There was a game that had a Tommy gun in it. And this Tommy gun, it was the least picked gun in the game. And they changed one thing on it, and its play rate shot up by almost 300%.
What do they do?
They changed the sound it makes. That's it.
That's gotta be so neat.
That's it. That's all they did. They just changed the sound effect. They made it feel better to use by changing the sound effect.
I mean, to be fair, I kind of like refused to play some killers until I got a skin for them because they look like shit. I like to play. That makes sense. Like, I didn't play Wraith until I got like a Rift skin for him or something. Because base Wraith looks like shit. Like, if it looks and sounds cool, I'll play it.
That's the thing. It's you know, as much as people like to think humans are complicated creatures, we're pretty simple.
Like, look, as soon as I get that like S grade like sound effect on Samira, like it's better than crack. Genuinely, like neuron activation hitting like the plinks. The sound design is so good.
But I mean, changing Xantians. I don't know how they could.
Xantian Tactics, you just make it do something else. Like, I don't. Fuck.
That's the thing. It's like, what do they do to it?
The Leaf is just like complaining about Oni skins, and don't worry, Leaf.
I mean,
no! My old fucking tweet about the Oni skin is lost now. My account got fucking banned.
My only thing with Xantian I can think they can maybe do is when you break a pallet, you get like aura reading around you.
Nah, fuck that.
I mean,
that shit is like so sleeper.
Yeah, but I mean, it's something.
I mean,
there are 200 perks in this game. Not all of them can be interactive by definition.
I mean, true, but I'd rather like more perks don't become like super just brain off. Like, bro, if I see another person run nowhere to hide on Oni, I am coming to their house and breaking their router. You do not deserve to touch my goat if you run that perk.
It's guaranteed value.
I know, but it's just it's so like sleeper. It hurts my brain seeing people run like full aura on shit. It's guaranteed value. It's not bad. It's not good. It just hurts to see.
It's just like no. I told people this with nowhere to hide. It's like even if you don't see the aura, well, now you know no one's there.
I
So
mean, true.
so it's value
Okay.
no matter what.
Okay, Leaf sent me an example for like a later topic. Thank you so much, Leaf. You are my favorite grandson.
An example of what?
Only skins later, how bad they are.
Oh, okay.
Some are paid to lose. Some are paid to lose, though.
Okay. Well, now that we're on the topic of perks, builds. You said you've been
Builds?
running. You said you've been running the same build for.
Yeah. So, Corrupt, Bamboozle, Brutal Pain Res is the only build I'll ever run unless I'm win streaking.
What do you?
The reason when I win streak, I run Corrupt, Pain Res, Play of Your Food, Eruption. Because oh my god, it's so dirty. You get hit like 4 gens, 5 gens consistently.
What?
And Eruption Pain Res, beautiful.
What would you say to the corrupt intervention haters?
You motherfuckers are stupid.
Oof.
This perk is still number 1 on every killer apart from Billy.
I have a friend who is a very avid hater of corrupt intervention who's probably not happy about that.
No! The perk's insane! It's better than lethal!
They don't like the RNG aspect, and they don't like that it doesn't feel like it does anything.
I mean, play like 10 games with and without. Trust me, then you'll feel it.
They also don't like that it goes away when you down somebody because it feels like you're getting punished for doing.
Oh no, that's perfectly fine. That's like so fine.
I talked years ago, before 6.1 came out, even when 6.1 came out, that I feel like corrupt should be base. No, let me finish the statement. I feel like corrupt should be base kit, and the perk should just double the duration. Make it so corrupt is base kit like for a minute. And then
shit! I found it.
And then the perk makes it 2 minutes.
On Jaw, do that. Also, I'm gonna send you the Oni perk tier list, and before we shut on stream, I just want you to just look at a big tier.
You don't like most perks, do you?
Because they suck.
We got Grim Embrace, No Way Out, Pop, Bam, Play with Your Food, really.
I'll explain this. Don't worry.
Eruption, Pain Res, Corrupts, Brutal, Deadman Switch, Deadlock, Ruin.
Yep. Ruin's really good.
Crowd Control.
Oh, trust me. Okay, so just like list the perks you need me to explain after you're done, and I'll explain them all. This is like my favorite part.
Forced Hezi, okay, fair enough. Infectious Fair, Nowhere to Hide, Barbecue Lethal, Agi, Gift of Pain. Yeah, I mean, like, understand, like for best, once again, I don't think it's fair to call every single one of these perks a troll perk.
They are, okay, I'm looking at, are they good on this killer? Yes or no? Sure, Floods of Rage isn't bad, but it's kind of fucking garbage on this killer. Like, I'm sorry, hence 333, but this perk doesn't do shit for the killer. Not gonna lie. Right? Okay, if they unhook, you pop power, you just go there.
Mm-hmm.
I call these perks troll perks because they don't. Again, perks should help the killer's weakness, not exemplify, to an extent, the killer's strengths. All unhittable perks, shit. Yes, they all are. You are loud as fuck. Like, playing Oni is like cycling down a quiet village with a JBL speaker blasting like hard style at 2 a.m. Everyone's gonna hear you.
Have you ever played competitive Pokemon before?
Yeah.
Okay.
I love Pokemon so much. I played the last deck I played was like I don't know the name of it. It was like Eevee Turbo.
No, not deck. Like Smogon, like competitive.
No, last Pokemon game I played was Black and White in like 2014.
I only bring that up because you said like the killer, like the perks should cover the weakness, not help their strength. And I just, whenever people say that, I'm like, Pokemon is the complete opposite. Because if you bring in, like, Charizard is a good example. Charizard is a special sweeper. So he's a special attack and is really fast. You can make him, like, you can cover his weaknesses and make him, like, kind of tanky and all this stuff, but it will not end well. It does not work in Pokemon at all. Covering weaknesses in that game is what your other teammates are supposed to do, not the mon itself.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. I mean, in other games I play, like Yu-Gi-Oh, for example, the complete opposite to an extent, right? There are some like cards that just win more. You wanna, if you're like, for example, my favorite deck of all time, Madolche. Inconsistent as fuck, right? This deck, you could build a house with the bricks you get in your hand. Some of these cards do nothing, so you run shit that makes that weakness not a thing. But other decks, you can't. It's already like really good, no weaknesses. You just run shit that makes it even more powerful. But with DBD, in my opinion, complete opposite, right? It's why I think Bamboozle sucks on Wesker. You don't need it. You don't need it.
I just noticed Discordance was in Troll too. Really?
It does fucking nothing on Oni. Like, not gonna lie, Oni's he's a 3-gen killer. Like, he plays for his 3-gen, and you kind of run Eruption on him, and you don't need Discordance. It's information you don't really need. Because if they're doing that across the map, you don't give a fuck. You just care about 4-gens.
I just think I would add another tier to this. That's all. Like, looking at it, I would just add another tier.
I mean,
like,
maybe, but like I just hate a lot of perks in this game.
Best, good, decent, okay troll. That's what I would add.
There was an okay tier. There was like 3 perks, I think. I forgot which perks were. I think it was like Floods, actually Discordance, and like, fuck, I don't know what else. Maybe Undying. By the way, pre-nerf ult with weapon wasn't good. Not great. It wasn't good.
What was I gonna say? The ones you do have in good, though, the only ones like are the hex perks. They're the only ones like I'm genuinely curious on the thought process.
Okay.
And play.
Ways you let me just look from a comp PV because these perks can work above. They can, right? They can, but just because it works doesn't mean it's good.
Consistent. That's the word you're looking for. It's consistent.
I want this to be consistent versus good, consistent players. Like, if I'm bringing Hubris Oni versus a good player, what the fuck am I doing? This does nothing. It's a troll perk.
It might work.
It might work. Honestly, no. Exposed perks on Oni kind of suck. you don't want to do it.
No. I'm just saying it might work. That's my point. I'm not saying it's good on Oni. I'm just saying in general it might.
Yeah, it might work. You might get value from it, but the type of value, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, these perks are the ones that get the value you need consistently versus all range of players, and it works with your killer. So for the hex perks, right, as Pandas was saying, Shaman Oni. So the Shaman Oni build is Ruin, Crowd Control, Pentimento, Undying. Crowd Control is so insane on Oni because you just Giga Zone by just breaking pallets, and they can't play the loop.
Mm-hmm.
It's been run so much in comp recently, and I played games of just running that plus Pentimento because it's a force cleanse, right?
Mm-hmm.
And with Pentimento, playing Pentimento, garbage. I'm sorry, if they're good, you get 0 value. Pentimento's good with force cleanse perks like Devour, Crowd Control, Blood Flavor, etc., right? And Crowd Control shuts off so many loops for so long. And as an M1 at the start, don't really do shit. Shutting off so many loops, they can't play Shack, they can't play Main, they can't play TNL, etc. You just Bloodlust, get first hit instantly. And it's insane in power, since you don't have to go Altiroid to do anything. If they cleanse it, Pentimento Oni. If you hook near it, if it's in a good spot, even if it's a bad spot, it's more pressure from doing nothing. And Ruin on Oni is insane because you pop power, you run around, they have to get off the gen. 100% regression is still really good in 3 gens. Since now with the new gen kicks things, sorry, I'm like going turbo fucking mode here. I love this shit.
Are you gonna run the new hex perk that just got
Yes,
no?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, that shit is so dumb. Dying Light, Force Cleanse, it's so
No, the other one. Dominance.
What's Dominance? Yeah, like it's Dying Light.
No. You're thinking of the hex perk. I'm talking about the one that stops them from doing hexes.
Oh, that no, not on Oni. On Larry though, yes. Devour Larry, you motherfuckers better watch out.
I actually think I'm going to throw that into my stealth Chucky build, honestly.
Stealth Chucky, oh my god.
Plaything.
You-
So
I gotta hate it for that perk.
so here's the
I've
here's,
seen.
here's the thing with Chucky. Chucky isn't a stealth killer.
He's not.
He's not.
I mean, that makes sense. He's kind of just like Turbo Chase.
Well, no. So when he's in his undetectable, he laughs within 12 meters.
He laughs.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie, I played one game of Chucky and never played servers, so I know nothing about this little fucker.
Yeah. So Chucky laughs within a 12-meter range when he's undetectable, directionally.
Directionally, what the fuck?
Yeah. So if he's within 12 meters and he's undetectable, you can. If you're listening, you know exactly where he is.
Ooh.
He is not a stealth killer. I will die on this hill. However, Oblivious doesn't affect that.
So like, if they're oblivious, they can't hear the laugh.
They don't. No. Well, no. If they're oblivious, they don't hear they still hear the laugh if you're undetectable. But you can sneak up on people because you can hide behind shit and run up on them without them hearing your terror radius because they're oblivious.
Oh hell yeah!
So play.
Oh. So you don't laugh when you're not undetectable?
Yeah.
So
no. It's only when. Yeah.
Look, I hate Chucky, but that's kind of swag. That's kind of swag. That's kind of swag.
That's why when people tell me, like, he's a sneaky killer. Don't get me wrong. He's sneaky. He can sneak up on you. I'm not saying he can't. He's not a stealth killer, though. There's a difference.
Yeah. Stealth is like Ghostface. Wraith ain't a stealth killer. Out down that hill, he's not stealth. Fuck out of that. He is a macro zoning killer. He is not stealth. Silent Bell Wraith players, watch out. I'm coming for your router.
Before we continue, Smurvy, thank you for the raid. We're recording a podcast right now. Sorry if I didn't really say that, but thank you for it means a lot. Also, hi Biddy. Smurfy does most of my emotes. You guys should probably follow Smurfy. She also made the Chuck Spot t-shirt. Anyways,
Chuck Spots?
Yeah.
Chuck Spots, but Chuck?
You've never heard of a Chuck Spot?
No,
yeah.
I've never heard shit about Chuck Spots. What the
It's a Chuck Spot.
Chug spots.
Yeah, it's when you.
That's kind of devious.
Yeah, it's when you hide your red stain. You hide around a corner with a third-person camera, and you'd be surprised. Even good players will run into you.
God damn! Oh shit, the wolf.
Yeah, no, don't worry. That you saw my tweet about that, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, wolf spots.
I mean, shit. When he comes out, I am doing a wolf only streak. I refuse to play bat. Normal. Fuck out of that. I'm gonna embrace my not so inner furry. I'm not a furry though.
Someone did tell me that he does do a snarl when he's around corners and you can't see him. So there is a tell apparently, but I still have a feeling I'm gonna be able to get hits with it.
I mean, shit. He's Demo Wesker. I can play Demo and not feel like shit, and I can be a wolf. That is swag as fuck.
Dracula's. I'm actually hyped for Dracula. I know like FNAF kind of overshadowed the reveal, but like I'm still hyped for Dracula.
The day FNAF got announced, my girlfriend was like, "Oh, they add FNAF to DBD, I'll buy it and play with you." The day she fucking said that, and it got announced, and I am so hyped.
Oh, man.
I cannot wait to 1v1 her and watch her wanna break up with me. It's gonna be great.
What were we on? Oh yeah, builds. What's your main build on Oni?
Okay.
I love this podcast sometimes.
Corrupt, Bamboozle, Brutal, Painraz. I hate playing M1 in pubs because to me, I only like it versus good players and I rarely find them. So I just want to turbo, get my power, go for flicks. That's the only reason I play this killer in pubs. I love scrimming him. I love 1v1s with him. It's my favorite thing ever. But I can't consistently do that. So I just play for my power. Is that a good build? No. But only run this shit if you want to play like you're in a frag movie. Okay? But for good all-around builds, Corrupt, mandatory. If you're not running Corrupt, I'm sorry. You either don't own it, or you think you're better than you are. You're not. Sorry, you are not the GOAT. Those are reserved for 3 people, and you are not one of them. Just run like Brutal or Bam. Play with your food is better, but you have to actively play for it, and you gotta learn how to play with it.
So
then just run.
Sorry. So Scooty, this is actually part of one of the viewer questions. And I'll bring it up now because it's relevant. Scooty was asking if you prefer brutal or BAM. Now, if you I know
I
you run both, but if you had to pick one,
for one, you go bamboozle. Okay,
okay.
so bamboozle's more consistent, but brutal can get more value if you learn it. If that basically with brutal, you're giga fucking zoning, and you can create so many dead zones. The only issue is you can't really bloodlust for shit, and Windows kind of fuck you over.
Mhm.
But if you learn how to giga zone with it, it's insane. But bamboozle's more consistent, shuts down main buildings, shuts down shack, and with kind of basically the brutal from like what fuck, what the fuck was the patch 6.1.0?
Mhm.
Like 2 years ago? Brutal isn't needed as much, but that patch just made Brutal even better.
Yeah.
So
No, yeah.
Bamboozle for consistency, Brutal if you want to be a goat.
Okay.
Zero chase perks if you have bad ping or your name is Vustros.
um, I mean, like you say, it's a bad build, but I think for general gameplay, it's all right.
I say it's bad because like in okay, comparisons to what you could run, it's kind of garbage. Like Painter's only, not gonna lie, I play the perk like shit. I just hook who I want when I want.
Mm-hmm.
If I tunnel, whatever. This is my brain off build. I'm not thinking. And having like Oni Painterous on Oni, running two chase perks with how the players play in this game, it's kind of like, it's kind of bad. You kind of want to run like more slowdowns or just one chase perk
I
for like
think
an optimal build.
I think
It's not bad, but it's not good.
our ideas of brain off builds are completely different. My brain off build is lethal pursuer, barbecue, brutal, save the best for last.
I love running that exact build on Spirit.
That
Just
is
like the boot, Lethal Barbecue is so much fun.
that's
Also,
that's my
little montage time on the clip here. This guy, by the way, was so chill. I rarely get chill streamers that like 180 flicks, by the way. It's super rare.
um most
But
people most people are pretty chill. They're just not streaming.
maybe that's like an NA thing in EU. God, the amount of shit I've been called for 180s is insane.
Do you know how many times I get told to delete myself for playing Chucky?
Bro, I just get racist shit.
Not even winning or hitting. Just I get told to off myself for playing a killer.
I
Um,
mean, like, I don't remember this guy's name, and I'm really pissed off I don't, because he's like a massive piece of shit. This guy was on my profile for like 2 fucking days, just telling me, go back to your country, go back, get off my servers, whatever. And I dead ass. This is like last year. I was like very like sensitive at the time. I took my like my home country out of my like Steam for like a year because of that.
mhm.
Now it's back because I don't care, and these like racist players, they lose for a reason. They're garbage. Lamal.
Yeah. Um, so the next question is probably the most open-ended question, and the one I'm probably going to be on for the longest. And it's not even about Oni technically, but state of the game.
I think the biggest issue with the game are maps.
Yes, I agree with that one.
This map right here, alien map, fuck that map. It is boring as fuck. If every map was as balanced as any Autohaven and Macmillan, I think this game would be perfect. Why?
Before we keep going, because I asked a qualifier for this question a lot. When you say boring, define that.
I've never had a fun game. Whether I win, whether I lose, whether I stomp or get stomped, it's
Okay.
always miserable. I have never had fun on those maps. They feel like shit to play. The loops suck to play. They either feel too cheap or too insane. It looks like garbage. Like the design of the map is just it's a Pinterest map, not a gameplay map. Like I don't want to play that. I want to play a map where both sides have equal skill expression, whether it be chase, micro, macro, and for the love of God, behavior. Stop making maps look like garbage. Toba landing makes my already Stevie Wonder eyesight even worse.
I actually think Toba looks fine. I just hate the audio.
It just looks like shit. The sound design is also so scuffed.
I once again, I think Toba looks. Maybe this is just me, but I think Toba looks beautiful. I just hate the sound.
It's a Pinterest map. It was never meant for gameplay. It looks pretty, but playing it, I can't track for shit.
Oh no,
Maybe
same.
because like maybe because I got the eyesight of like a 65-year-old human being. I don't fucking know, but god damn, I cannot see shit.
I can't see anything on Macmillan if it makes you feel any better.
Fair enough. I don't know. Maybe it's the old man genes kicking in. No offense.
It's one of those things. I mean, my favorite map to play, and I'm gonna get so much shit for this.
I swear to God, if you say Larry's.
No. Even I hate that map. Erie.
Erie?
Erie is my favorite map.
Huh?
Yep.
Are you like okay?
No, I like Erie.
I can like call you like a therapist or some shit. Like
Erie is legitimately my favorite map.
How? That shit feels like ass.
Because I play a killer who thrives on everything on that map except the main building.
I mean, to be fair, I've never played a killer that can ever do anything on that map. Main building, not real. Loops, not real.
Chucky's locked to a 90-degree angle when he does his thing.
Oh, I forgot your killer lost his swag.
So a 90-degree angle when most of the loops on that map are 90-degree angles.
I mean, you gotta play to your strengths.
No,
Oni on that map is none.
On top of that, like the way the pallets are set up, you can scamper the entire map if you want.
I forgot that existed. Honestly, I forgot like jump into anything.
But that's the thing. That's why I like Erie.
I mean, to me, that map just feels like shit to play. It also looks like ass.
It's also, and that's the other thing with the eyesight. Like, I can see a survivor from the other side of the map on Erie.
Oh, God. I feel like I'm Helen Keller when I play that map. I can't see shit.
I can see perfectly fine on the map.
Maybe I need new glasses.
Once again, this is the problem with balancing a game, by the way.
Differing opinions, like
it's not even differing opinions. You're straight up saying you can barely see on a certain map, and I'm saying
I can't see.
And I'm saying I see better on that map. How do you balance for that?
You just make everything Mac and auto. There you go, problem solved.
But I can't see on Mac.
Fuck!
You see the problem?
Man, this game is cooked.
That's every video game, though. Like, ever.
I think, honestly, just make filters base game. And bada beam, bada boom. We could fix the game there. I know you're on Windows Store, which, by the way, blew my mind that you're at Steam. Okay, thank fuck. I was gonna say you're still on the Windows Store. I don't know. I knew one person that played on there because he had it like for free, and he was molding every day. He couldn't use reshade.
There was no reason for me to switch.
I mean, you got cross progression now, so you can play Steam.
That's what I'm saying. Well, that's the thing. Even when cross progression came out, I wasn't gonna switch.
Why did you switch then?
I switched because Windows. Why did I switch? That's a good question. I'm trying to remember.
Wait, you couldn't play for a day or some shit.
Yeah, that's what happened. I went onto Steam because I couldn't play. No. I was playing Chucky against new players.
On Windows Store?
No, on Steam because I've never played on Steam. So my account was fresh.
Oh,
so I went over to Steam to play. By the way, that video will be out this week. When you're watching this, it will already have been out. But yeah, I was playing against new players because I was curious how new players handled Chucky. The answer is not well, by the way, not well at all. Anyways, but when I was doing that, I noticed my OBS and my my gameplay in general looked better on Steam. I don't know why.
Oh, yes. Steam is beautiful.
Yeah. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just switch. There's no reason not to. And then the straw on the straw on the camel's back was the Windows Store going down for a day. I just said screw it. If the game's gonna go down, I might as well go down when everybody else is down. Why not?
Fair enough.
But yeah, that's the only reason I switched. I wasn't going to. There legitimately was no reason for me to change. Like I even said it before. Like everything's cheaper on Windows Store.
Really?
The DLCs are 10% off.
I mean, shit, fair enough. I don't know. I like seeing my number go up on the Steam. It looks nice.
Your number?
My hour count. I like the way it looks. I like the UI.
Oh, I mean, they added the hour count to Windows Store.
I know, but like the Steam UI, something about it. I just love the way it looks.
I do.
I like my profile.
I do have the ability to track my my stats now, which is nice. I couldn't do that on Windows Store.
I mean, sure. The only thing, like, only like leaderboard stats, I'm never gonna be up there. Most of my playtime's in like 1v1s and shit.
Will
I have less downs. I have like what 10,000 less downs than some people I've taught the killer. Only because I genuinely haven't grinded regular games in so long.
who's number one? Is it still Libby?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think
My lawyer says I am not the comment.
I don't think Libby can ever be here. No one can ever beat that.
No, like deadass, that man's like commitment to grinding that killer every day, unreal. Unreal. I think if I played as much as he did, I would genuinely like quit fucking gaming altogether.
But
I would lose my mind.
But I think in as far as like state of the game goes, as far as like perk balance and things like that.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I think the game is okay. Like I said this the other day. You know how everyone was complaining about Weave Attunement, Franklin's demise.
Man, it's garbage.
But here's the thing. My point with that was, if that's what we're complaining about, this combo, the game is in an okay spot.
Like, the only thing I don't like is like OTR, Grim and Embrace. Actually, no, fuck. I'm gonna pull up the perk list. Okay, perks I just hate with a passion. I fucking hate Tinkerer. I think that shit is garbage. Rework it, please. Actually, no, bad perks I think need to be changed because they're unhealthy. Coup de grace, brain off, so dumb. Knockout. I love the perk, but it needs to go. I'm sorry. I should not be able to 4-man bleed out. No.
It's not even 4-man bleed out. I shouldn't be able to down someone on the other side of the map, and then they just don't play the game because they're in solo queue and their teammates have no idea.
Save this for last. I still don't like how people use it. I think it's like super just unhealthy. Honestly, like Dead Man Switch, that Pentimento as well.
Wait, hold up. You don't like save the best for last because you think it's unhealthy, but you're fine with play with your food?
Yesn't.
Yesn't?
Yesn't. Yes and no. The optimal way to play with your food, unironically, you just kind of moonwalk Obsession and just go hit them.
That's what I'm saying.
But like some people take it to the extreme and they're stupid about it. No! I must ignore Obsession all game! I must get stack and run across the map! No, it's free Bloodlust. Just moonwalk, get a stack, Bloodlust tier 2, free and 1 down. Like, just play the perk right, please. But for the health of the game, I think maybe change it to like make it not encourage these AI people.
Well, that's why I also don't like that new perk that's coming out. The Hex one for the Obsession.
Oh, that is so stupid. Like, I'm gonna abuse it though.
I am like I said, I really wish they would make more Obsession perks that don't make you ignore the Obsession.
I'm gonna up the win rate of that perk just to get it nerfed.
It's like I that's my problem with Save the Best for Last. My suggestion to change Save the Best for Last is very simple, and I'm surprised they didn't do it. When you hit 8 stacks, the Obsession changes.
It just ignores that one. You just ignore that one as well.
No, but you didn't. That's the thing.
Oh, so you can actually chase the other Obsession.
Yes.
Okay. Also, by the way, as an avid demo fan, that perk has never been good on that killer. Never.
Good and feel good are two different things.
It has never actually been good. It has been a detriment to that killer.
But
in my opinion, it feels good. But to me, if you run that perk on demo, you are nerfing yourself.
I mean, I said for a while that I run Save the Best for Last on Chucky, and I don't think it's good on him, but I find it fun.
But here's the thing. If people were like, yeah, it's fun, that's fine. But there are people that thought that shit was good. Save on demo, what the fuck are you doing? You don't have a power to get to an M1. Your M2 is insane. Use it, please.
And before someone says, oh, but Bennett, you have a video on your channel that says, Save the Best for Last is the best Chucky perk. It's YouTube, man. I got...
Gotta play the game.
Anyways. Go on.
Like, if you learn Demo's power in pubs, most chases are like sub a minute. People don't know what to do. Like, I have scrimmed and 1v1 that killer for so long. Like, I think his M2 is the most fun, easy to pick up power in the game, genuinely. and it's so good. And the fact that some people were like pushing Save This for Last actively made the player base worse at the killer, because again, this goes back to my original point on like chase perks, right? You need perks that help you with your weakness, not your strengths. And just because you can get value out of the perk doesn't mean the perk is going to add value to the killer.
Mm-hmm.
For example, right? Bamboozle is Demo's best chase perk. Because some windows are unplayable. Right. So you solve the issue by you can't play some windows, you zone, and then you use your power when you can play those windows. Say the best for last isn't going to get you... It won't get you hits, if that makes sense. At the end of the game, sure, but at that point, you're already giga-zoned the map, your M2 is just better. And you lose time on going for the M1 and just M2ing because of distance. Sure, it's funny to M1 and then insta-shred, but I guarantee you, that time saved is going to be less than the overall match if you just learned the power.
I think Demo is probably the example of the opposite, but I think a killer like Deathslinger, the way it used to work.
Oh yeah, he was the best user instantly.
Yeah,
100% the best user. Losing stacks was not an issue. Was never an issue.
Yeah,
Pinhead before we got bugged was amazing with it.
Yeah, and now like Chucky, like I know I kind of said like it's actually not good. It actually is good on Chucky because you can double tap with it very easy.
True. But if you use your power, you have to hit beforehand. Okay, I just hate the perk. I have a hatred for the perk. It hurts my soul seeing people use it on like M2 killers. It hurts. Just use the power, please. Well, it's so weird.
Here's the thing. For Chucky in particular. So if you hit someone with your power and then down them again, it takes on average, because I've done the math on this, on average, if there's like no loops or anything, which isn't realistic, but the point is, it takes on average about 8.5 seconds to down somebody, give or take.
That's shorter than the cooldown, right?
Yes.
Oh, that makes some that makes sense.
But if you're running Save the Best for Last and you have at least 4 stacks of it, you can down them in 4 seconds.
The fuck?
Yeah.
God damn, I hate this killer even more.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, bro.
Well,
he got no swag. Fuck this boy.
Once again, you just said like just use your power. It's like, well, no, if you have Save the Best for Last and you activate your power and you're running the add-on jump rope, you can M1 them. Like I said, all you need is 4 stacks. It's faster with 8. You can M1 them, immediately ready your power up, and down them before they even have a chance to finish their speed burst.
I mean, he has a cooldown, so like it makes sense. You're gonna have to M1 sometimes, right?
Yeah.
But like on demo, you don't have a cooldown.
No.
You don't have a cooldown at all. There's no reason to use it.
Yeah, fair enough.
If you want to have fun and just be goofy, sure. But don't think it's good. If you think it's good, I will sit you down, give you a TED talk, show you how to play the killer, and I'll make you the GOAT. Only $5 an hour.
But once again, I do think that this is also bringing into the equation of the idea of... Also, can you hear the cicadas outside of my window right now?
No.
Okay.
I'm deaf as fuck, dog.
So it also brings us to the idea of the idea of playing for fun versus playing to win.
I mean, you can do both. You can do both. Like when I see people say they play for fun, it just means how do I word this? Maybe it's like I need to message someone back. Okay, when people say they play for fun, they want to... The way I see it is win with minimal effort. That's how I see it. Because that's what like most of the I play for fun crowd kind of like screams.
I mean, I play for fun and I barely try to win, if I'm honest with you.
Then you're actually playing for fun. I mean, like play for fun just means to have enjoyment of the game.
The main build I run on fucking Chucky is Silk Pillow, Strobe Light, Face the Darkness, Pentimento, Plaything, and I don't even remember the last perk.
I mean, shit, I play for fun, and I'm running the perks I run, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can still play to win and play for fun. Like me, I play for both. I want to win the game. I'm going to try my best to win the game, but like, I'm not going to sacrifice my enjoyment to win.
I just throw my hands up, if I'm honest with you, sometimes. I'm just like, oh well, fuck it.
Actually, sometimes if I get someone I just don't like, because there are some I play on UK servers, right? It's a smaller server.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, there are some players that if I get them, I'm making sure they're not having fun. Because there's one person, I'm not gonna say his name, but he brings busted toolbox, eerie offering, SB, Windows, distortion, and like what's the Ellen perk? The like silent footsteps.
Oh my god. Light-footed.
That he brings that every single game. I've played versus him multiple times for 2 years. Like before that, it was the fucking like feather perk.
Lightweight.
Yeah, that all this guy does is bring like awful like tumor maps, insane toolbox, and just wants to do gens. And it's so boring to play versus. Versus that guy, I make sure he's out first.
See,
But everyone else, I have fun.
I just I don't know. Maybe it's just I just don't have the time to be that vindictive. If I'm honest with you.
My hatred for like that is very reserved. Most people, I don't give a fuck. But that guy, no, I do not like that guy. He every time he outs me, biggest ego where possible, while having like sub 20 chase. I'm not letting him ever enjoy a game with me again.
Well, I mean,
taking it.
that brings into the like. I didn't even bring it up with.
I'm just petty when it comes to some shit, man.
But I think that brings into the idea of you know, I've said this before about what classifies a killer as being good or bad, and you know, like, is it their ability to 4K? Is it their ability to win? Is it their ability to 1v1?
It's their ability. Okay, to me personally, right?
Mm-hmm.
4K is a win. 3K with like escape via exegates is a loss to me.
Really?
On any killer I play, it's a loss. I don't like they escaped. They completed all gens, they got the objective, got someone out.
Yeah, but it's
To me, that's a
RNG.
loss.
It's RNG reliant.
If it's hatch, I don't care. Hatch, I don't care.
So,
but like if it's
the problem with that, if it's hatch, then just don't close hatch.
No. Like if they get all gens done and open gate and escape, you know, yeah, like I lose. But if I close hatch and they get gate, it's not a loss because it's like still to me hatch escape.
Okay.
Like if they complete 5 gens and one person gets out the gate, I lose the game to me.
It just feels like you're moving the goalpost.
What do you mean?
Because that seems like you're just like you're adding a condition onto the condition.
Yeah, to make it more challenging. Because like if it was a 3K, my win rate would be a lot higher. Like so much higher.
But I mean,
and I don't like that. I want to have the win count for me be like harder.
Well, no, fair enough. I'm just saying it just feels like with the whole hatch versus exit gate thing, you're just
like if they escape by hatch, it's still a win. To me, if someone gets hatch, it's a 4K. Still 4K.
Okay.
But like if they do all 5 gens and one person gets out, to me I failed.
What if they still get the hatch?
Then it's like the same thing to me. Same thing to me. It's weird, but that's just to me.
But in general, you see what I'm saying? You're adding a qualifier onto a qualifier there.
Yeah, it's hard to quantify wins, I guess, in this game because to me, you can cheese a 3K. You can cheese a 3K on some killers,
but
like No Way Out, No Way Corrupt, and like Deadlock, you can cheese it.
But yeah, and that's the thing. That's why, like when people talk about killer strengths, I don't. I really wish people would qualify what they mean because like Otofu did the.
Oh, I saw that video.
Yeah.
It wasn't that bad. In the grand scheme of things, it was a good video.
But he didn't clarify what he meant because after watching it, I've watched it about 3 or 4 times. He meant 1v1.
Oh, no. I don't agree with that at all. You need to count 4v1.
That's what I'm saying. But I don't even care that he did the one was counting 1v1s. That's why he put like Chucky so high. And that's why he put some killers like really low that probably should have been higher. It's because their 1v1s aren't good, but their 1v4s are. But he wasn't counting that.
Wait, I'm gonna pull up his video actually. I kind of want to see like the end thing. Oh, tofu. I haven't watched an Tofu video in so long from that one. Killer tier list. Where is it? Vecna patch. There it is. There it is. Okay. Final thoughts on
I think he was also considering comp.
I mean, okay, with that, it's quantifying the caliber of players. Because not gonna lie, you can get insane results on like hundreds in normal games because the average player isn't as great, right? It is easy to be above average in this game.
But if it's a tier list, shouldn't it be taking into account the average player?
Then like every killer is a minimum B tier.
Exactly. So what's the point of a tier list?
I guess to quantify how good they are versus the best players.
But you can't quantify the best players because that's not the majority.
It's such a weird thing. Okay,
you see what I'm saying? Like this is why I'm
Guilty Gear, for example, right?
Mm-hmm.
Johnny, like this, is like whatever. To all my Guilty Gear fans watching, this is like pre-Johnny patch. Johnny before this patch was garbage. If you were a good player, but versus new players, he's gapless. He's OP, infinite block strings, infinite damage, whatever. But in reality, it's just because of lack of information. Okay, Oni. Versus if we go by like average players, Oni's like top 4 versus average players. Versus good, not so much. Also, hello Emily, I love you. My girlfriend in chat. Hello, hope you had a good day.
but like Valorant's another good example of this. There's a character. Have you played Valorant before?
Yeah, in Valorant I only play Neon.
So there's a character called Yoru in Valorant.
Oh, I never played with him. He was never around. I quit like years ago.
So Yoru is a character whose entire design is around confusing and tricking the opponent.
Oh, the clone guy.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I know him.
So,
I fucking hate that guy.
So they've done the statistics. Yoru is bad against bad against new bad players. He's bad against good players. He's good against the average, though.
I mean, yeah. It makes sense.
You see what I'm saying? So how do you quantify it?
To me personally, I'm like super biased. I like to see every game tier list based on like the best players because that shows their maximum potential. However, you have to take them with a fucking ocean grain of salt.
Well, my thing with it is I don't even care like if that is the qualifier. I just wish more tier lists would have that qualifier.
Oh, definitely. I think they need to explain the conditions a lot more. Like with add-ons, like I said, I rank them based on do they fix or for the killer's own weakness, does it help what they need help with?
Because it's one of those things, like I said, like I think Nurse is a good example. It's like, okay, Nurse is S tier. Nurse is the best killer in the game. I don't think there's any denying that, right?
Right. Best?
Yes.
Billy.
I still think Nurse is the best killer in the game.
Billy, okay. Nurse's mobility is only better than Billy's on indoors.
Yeah, but Nurse ignores the game. She's playing an entirely different game.
Yes.
Are you really about to say that Nurse is not the best killer in the game? Are we about to have an argument about this?
Okay. Nurse, there have been periods in time when Spirit and Bite were better than Nurse. Okay? Nurse is no longer the best killer in the game. She lost her OP shit. She's second best. But the reason Billy is better is because his chase time is unironically better on balanced maps. Okay.
Once again,
wait. Before I'm gonna say this, I'm going to treat this like the maps are balanced because.
But you can't.
Yesn't.
You can't. You just said you can't earlier.
You can and can't. It's so scuffed. I view them on how well they can do if the player skills are equal, if everything is skill-sided, right? And like I said, you gotta take it with a grain of salt because it varies. And the reason it varies so much is because this game is like a massive dice roll.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't though, because once again, that would be my qualifier for why Nurse is better than Billy, is because she's not as map dependent as Billy is.
Oh no, she is. You get Larry's, you don't play.
If you're
You get
good
the
enough
game.
on Nurse, I've seen nurses dominate on Larry's.
Because the survivors are not at the same level, and because people don't understand her unorthodox nature.
But you have to qualify both of those statements.
The reason I say that, okay, is because it's really easy to get good value on her, because the average player, if they are the same skill as you, have not gone out of their way to practice the matchup, because there are some killers in this game that you need to go out of your way to specifically practice that killer's matchup, like twins 4v1, for example. Unless you have scrimmed that fucking killer, you're going to have an awful time, because of how unorthodox and how unique they are. That is unironically what gets them so much value base.
But
However,
all I'm going to say is that this depends on the qualifier of the tier list. If we're talking top tier, I think I actually agree with you.
oh yeah, top tiers.
But not top tier like killers. I'm saying like if we're talking like the best versus the best.
Oh, the best versus the best. Okay, that's how I view it. General player base. Okay, in my opinion, the best killer versus like the average players, unironically, is twins.
But the thing is, you can't not take the general player base into account when you're talking about a tier list. It's literally in the name, general player base.
General player base, twins is the best killer. 100% best killer. You can 4-man slug, easy as fuck. You can. I'm convinced if you got average players every game, you would never lose a twins game. If you know the killer, and this is okay. I always assume the tier list rankings if you know the killer. I'm sorry, but like, of course, you're gonna lose on Oni if you suck in power. But you're not. If you're good at Oni, that's the base ranking. Well, if you suck at him, he'll be fucking D tier. You're gonna whiff every single thing. Like, I'm sorry, you're not a person on the tier list. You're not a factor. You're not real to me.
We're about to bring in my favorite question of the podcast. Once I'm done with this sentence,
Good, bro.
do we? So even a good Oni, will a good Oni miss?
I saw this on the Wesker one. This is gonna hurt my soul so much. Yes.
They will.
Yes.
They'll miss.
Yes.
That word exactly. Miss.
He will miss.
But if you're good enough, you shouldn't.
No.
So which one do we take into account?
It is a factor of two things. Also, bye-bye, Emily. Love you. Two things, right? The situation you're in and the survivor pathing. A good Oni will miss a flick. Sometimes. Should he? On paper, no. But guess what? This ain't paper.
You just said earlier we should account for the potential.
For the potential?
So potentially speaking, an Oni should never miss if they're good enough.
Potentially speaking, survivor should never get downed.
You see why I love this question?
Yeah.
So for those new to the podcast, there's a question I have asked in almost every single one because it's genuinely fun to ask. Did the survivor dodge or did the killer miss?
With Oni, it's a combination of both.
But what determines it?
What determines it? The situation you're in, and if you fucked up your flicker or not. Like, for example, fuck. Okay. In our DMs, I sent you a clip of me doing a 180 on Cold Tower, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you pull up that clip, it is a perfect example here, and for later. But that's for the 180 conversation. But basically, in that clip, I... Fuck, how do I word this? Okay, Oni flicks are somewhat predictions, so you can miss, and the survivor can dodge. It is a case-by-case basis. Like here, I know he's gonna vault, so I flick and I get the down. Right? I hit that flick. If he predicts I'm gonna do that, and he dodges, I still missed because I didn't account for it. You have to account for how they're gonna play and how you think they're gonna play. Like how they play beforehand and how they're gonna play currently. So you can miss Oni flicks and people can dodge them. Like here, if he just W keys, I miss.
Okay.
And he dodged it. But if I just...
it can't be both.
It can be both?
It can't be both. It's either a dodge or a miss. They're two different words. It mean two different things.
It's a case-by-case basis. You can okay, better here. If you fuck up the 180, you missed.
Okay.
If you don't, and you don't hit it, they dodged. There we go. Problem solved. Problem solved. There we go, chat. We can all go to sleep nice tonight. Except Pandas, he misses everything.
But once again, that's why I love this question, because it can't be both. You can't dodge and they can't dodge and you miss. It's one or the other.
If you fuck up the execution, you miss. If you get it correctly and you don't hit, they dodge. To an extent. If you but once again, if you're good enough, they should never be able to dodge, though, right? And if they're good enough, they should never be able to get the hit.
I love this question. I love this question so much.
You're giving me like a fucking brain aneurysm.
It's one of those things, man. And everyone is always like, "Oh no, I know the answer," and then it's like, "Well, what about this?"
I mean, hey, to stay with the podcast now.
Oh my!
I came for the plague one. Can you miss power?
Can you?
Yes. Can you? I don't know. I gotta wait for that.
But once again, that's why when people will be like, "Well, what about human error?" Well, yeah, but if we're looking at potential,
okay, potentially, the killer downs in 2 seconds, and the survivor runs for 10 minutes.
So that's why I don't think we can take potential into account with tier lists.
To an extent.
Yeah, to an extent.
I say, this is my idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
We take the tier list, and we judge them based off the best current player on that killer and how well they do versus the best. Okay,
who determines the best player?
Tourney results, baby.
But if that would be a comp tier list then. What about for pubs?
Yes, and for pubs, the best player at X killer will always be a comp player. I will die on that hill. I will die on this hill. I will die on this hill.
They are two separate games. I will not die on that hill.
Yesn't again. Yesn't. Because okay, you know what? I'm gonna pull up the DVD Streaks Discord, right?
Oh.
The DVD Streaks Discord. I love this thing.
Wise brings up a good point, and I actually wasn't even gonna mention it, but
so it's the best player?
What about add-ons? Do we bring those into account with tier lists or not?
Always. If you don't, then bro. Okay. Only no add-ons is like C tier. I'm dead ass. This killer sucks without add-ons.
But is that realistic?
No. So you always gotta add add-ons in consideration.
But with comp though, aren't add-ons limited?
Yes, but the tier list is still the same. Unironically, it's still the same.
For Oni, what about the other killers?
Other killers, they're all the same.
They're all the same.
Yeah, deadass.
So Myers with Tombstone is the same as he is in normally?
Yeah, because he still sucks. He's still genuinely sucky. This killer is garbage. Without Tombstone, okay, Tombstone is unhealthy. It's an OP add-on because it removes an aspect of the game, but the killer still fucking sucks.
Right.
1 second, my mom's calling. Give me a second.
We'll take a minute here, champ. On paper, Survivor.
Sorry. Yeah, Myers still sucks at Tombstone. His tier doesn't change, in my opinion. He's still C tier. Top blocker.
C. Yes. Most people put him in D.
I'm gonna take add-ons consideration. He's sits in C tier. Even in comp.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, and in comp 3 to C tier because he played on a specific map, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's unironically parallel. Huntress is still B tier.
But
in comp and pubs.
But that's the other problem with comp is that killers go to specific maps, so that definitely influences their strength.
Yes.
Because what you have to take the average game, you don't know what map you're going most of the time. Don't know what map you're going to. You have to take every map into account for the killer's strength. And
the tier lists are still going to be the same. Unironically, the top 3 is still the same.
Yeah, the top 3, but where they are exactly is different based on because we just had that argument about Nurse and Billy because of that exact.
Okay, I think Billy's better on most maps. I think that is a better map spread than theirs.
I disagree.
And like, okay, even Dredge on his best map still sucks, by the way. Still sucks. Like, these killers, the reason they played on those maps is so they have a chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't make the killer better to an extent. Like, Demos played on Cold Tower, he still sucks. He's still B tier.
Mm-hmm.
Ghostface played on Larry's. He still sucks. He's still C tier.
Right.
Spirit plays on, I think, Wreckers. She's still good, but not like miles better. It just makes it balanced for both sides. Like, in general, Spirit will always be like top A. In comp, still top A. Larry, like bottom A. Comp, bottom A. It just makes it balanced for both sides. Like, you're not gonna give fucking Larry's like Records Yard anymore. You give him DDS because Records Yard is too oppressive. But he's still.
But and so someone brought up the add-ons again. It's like, okay, Spirit's a good example. Spirit with or without Cherry Blossom is a completely different killer.
Nah, Cherry Blossom's garbage.
I vastly disagree with that statement.
I will say this now: Cherry Blossom just makes her easier, not better.
Wouldn't that, by definition, make her better?
No.
Okay.
Okay, for example, twins, right?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't make twins better. They just made them easier. Like, they deadass didn't make twins better. They just made them less of a tumor to play.
Yeah, they're not as clunky.
Yeah, it's still the same thing.
Right.
Right? Like Spirit add-ons aren't insane anymore. Oh, okay, Old Spirit, right? OG MDR? I think OG MDR, OG Amulet was #1 killer in the game.
Mm-hmm.
That back then we can say, comp tier lists don't add up, right? But now, currently, honestly, it's kind of just every tier list matches up with comp or not.
What about Chucky with or without rat poison?
Whether rat poison? I don't fucking know what it does.
It shows the auras during a slice and dice and 5 seconds after.
Oh, his kit is still like very good. Like even without it.
Yeah, but even that one add-on, a lot of Chucky players don't use out of principle.
I don't. When I played fucking like Spirit, I never run MDR. Never. But like, you don't need it. That makes sense. The killer's so good with the other add-ons.
Yeah, but
you can have OP add-ons that for rat. Okay, Wesker, right? Mm-hmm. I never run photo because that shit's insane. Mm-hmm. But it doesn't make him fucking like 4 killers ahead, in my opinion.
But it does make him stronger.
It makes him stronger.
My point is, if we're taking add-ons into account, some killers get dramatically different.
Yeah, you have to.
Dramatically is the wrong word, but some killers dramatically change how strong they are in comparison to others.
That's why you gotta take them into account, but like with some nuance as well. Like, remember, these killers are still being compared versus good players. Like, you could put Myers Tombstone, and he would still get like 4 out of maybe 3.
Well, I think we're in agreement though that when people make tier lists, they just need qualifiers more.
Yeah, they need qualifiers. Like, people again in DBD need to explain the thought process to the like bullet point. You gotta explain all of this shit.
Yeah, because most of what I've been saying is for average pub matches.
And all I'm saying is like the best of the best.
Right.
Because that's how I like to see it, as their maximum potential. To an extent, obviously, no one has fully mastered a killer. Okay, it will never happen. No one in any game ever has fully mastered anything, in my opinion. There'll always be something to improve, whether it be like 0.1%, 0.00, whatever. No one's fully mastered something. There's always room for improvement. Except who?
Except
Legion.
Yeah.
Legion. Yeah. Yeah, it's not Legion. Fuck that killer. I'm sorry. I fucking hate Legion.
What was I gonna add to that? But this started this talking about perks, by the way.
God,
like
the DVD podcast.
State of the game, like in general, like you said, maps. And considering we were like having like a full-on argument for like 2 minutes about it, I do think maps are probably the
some maps are boring. Like, just bro.
Boring or not, like that's the thing. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this in the nicest way possible. I hate that argument.
I know, because it's so like dependent. The way I see it boring is in a balanced perspective. If both sides have a fair chance on the map, it's a good and fun map. Objectively,
I just want a map that feels different.
feels different. I also want that. If it's fair for both sides, I don't. Me personally, the fact there are maps that are like sided one way or another is a fucking travesty to the game. That makes balance way too hard.
I have held the opinion, and let me preface this with one giant word: slightly. I do still hold the opinion that I think maps need to be slightly survivor sided.
Slightly, I mean, yeah, like Cold Tower still slightly survivor sided. Wreckers still slightly. Like there's still okay. That I agree with, but it has to be earned. You need to be good at looping, good at unzoning, good at macro, etc., for that map to be sided in your favor. Because maps like RPD and Larry's, they're sided in a way that's so brain dead. You don't need to put any effort in to make that map sided for you. But on Cold Tower and Wreckers, you do. You need to be able to understand the tiles and the loops and the unzoning for it to be favored in your side. That, great idea. If maps are favored in survivor side, if they earned it, perfect. But there are so many maps where it's just kind of like a free fucking win if you're not brain dead, which I hate.
But we also do have to take into account average player. Because
look, there is too much hand holding in this fucking game for both sides. We gotta remove the crutches. We gotta remove the wheelchair.
Average is the word. Average.
I know. we gotta make these people. We gotta raise the bar for average.
And if they all leave and the game dies,
it was meant to be. Some things are meant to be. Like VHS. Chainsaw dying, it was meant to be. It had to happen. I'm sorry.
That's the thing. Like we talk about games or the game needs to stop handholding. VHS didn't handhold anybody, and it died because of that exact reason.
I mean, kinda. Not gonna lie. In my opinion, the game died because it looked like shit, felt like shit, and DBD was just a superior game.
I think it mostly died because of no marketing, if I'm honest with you.
Honestly, yeah. The game just like it's not.
I played it for 6 months.
God, I salute to you. You are a trooper for that. No pun intended.
I got shit on so hard for those first first month, and I powered through it. But to a normal person, I'm not even saying an average player. To a normal person, I would understand why they would play the game for an hour, hate that they're just getting shit on the entire time, and then leave.
I mean that argument. Like, look at League. Bro, my first week of playing League, I was inting every game. I'm still here because the drive to get better is what I think this game needs more encouragement of.
But not
because
most people don't have that drive.
But then why do so many people play League then?
Because League is a good game to play with your friends.
True.
It's also, at the end of the day, a team game.
I mean, okay, Survivor. I think there is no encouragement to get better at Survivor because of how many maps are so free. Because like some maps are just crutches. Like there is no way someone can sit here and tell me that if you load into RPD and you're playing versus anyone that isn't like Wraith, because like King Turbo's on that map, whatever. But like that is a fair match and you earned that, and like that's good for the game. There's no way that's good for the game. Because it makes some players want to bring those maps, and I swear to God, I bring maps nowadays, not because I want easy wins, I just want like fair wins. I just want to play the game and have fun. I don't want garbage maps that negate my skill. Because that, to me, is the biggest mistake of DBD. That some maps negate skill for both sides. Like, I have no skill expression on RPD. This Survivor also has no skill expression. It's just free.
Are we talking like? I mean,
chase, macro, micro, whatever. I can't implement pretty much any of it to an extent.
I was gonna say, like, wouldn't map knowledge be the thing there though?
To an extent, yeah. Like, of course, I know the map. Like, I can know. Okay, I hold these three gens, but it's
Well, not
watered down to a point
not
where I'm not
even.
even playing the game anymore. I'm
I,
playing a PowerPoint slideshow presentation.
I'm not even saying to that extent, like three genning or anything. I'm saying to the extent of um like because I've said this before. I actually like RPD.
God, you are really a mixed bag.
Yeah. Do you know why I like RPD?
Why?
Because it's static. It's almost the same every single time.
That is like the only redeeming quality of that map.
And I like it because now that I've learned the map and know the map, I can cut people off.
I mean,
Wouldn't that be the skill expression?
yes,
Why?
you okay?
Why is that
You
not?
can't
Why is that not skill expression? That would be my
because
question.
because you can do that for almost every map to an extent.
But
Like,
RPD
okay,
is
Cold
consistent.
Tower, it's consistent, but like Cold Tower, the consistency. Okay, RPD is like 100% static, pretty much, right?
Mm-hmm.
But maps like Cold Tower Wreckers, there is a reason why like some people, like for example Steve, if he's on Wreckers, he will do better than any other map because he knows that maps like layouts because they're somewhat consistent, and that skill expression is so minute. It's kind of like how do I word this? Like, okay, can you move your mouse and do perfect 360 in M1 to like bait or some shit? It's like so minute, it's not going to be a big factor. If that's the only skill expression the map has, it's awful because it's removing other parts of the game that you need to learn and that you can use in other maps. Like zoning. How the fuck am I zoning on RPD?
There's like 3 or 4 palettes you can do it on.
Only those three. I should be able to like use my map knowledge from other maps
Mm-hmm.
and then apply that to the same game. Because to me, right, of course you play tiles differently. Like main building and like what farther chapels is different to Cold Tower, obviously. But it all follows the same principles of zoning, of chase, of bloodlust, and fairness. I like fair maps.
I think that's where we're having the cognitive dissonance because I just want it to be unique.
I like unique if it's fair. If it's not fair, then like
If
it's
it's
just
fair,
kind
it's
of
not
sleeper.
unique.
You could no, okay. The way you run Cold Tower is differently to Wreckers. That's totally unique because
I
it's still
mean
fair, but it's unique.
I mean overall unique. I don't mean like the general gameplay. Like I don't know how to explain it.
Well, like Midwich compared to like Toba.
Yes.
I mean, fair enough. But if they were fair, right? You can still have unique and fair. Like if Midwich was a balanced map for both sides, it can still be unique and fun.
Speaking of, have you seen the new Midwich?
No.
It's
How bad? How bad?
it's so bad
For who though?
for both.
God.
So they opened up the breakable walls in the bathroom
Why?
to give another way upstairs.
Oh God.
Which is fine. Actually, I'm fine with that change. But they also made it so there's the hallways can now spawn with lockers sticking out halfway through them and just random piles just in the middle of the hallway.
Why?
Yeah.
What? Is someone going on like fucking Unreal Engine editor and just ending random shit?
So their reasoning behind it was they wanted to make it so a killer couldn't just see someone at the other side of the hallway.
So stupid.
Um, and
That
then
just makes stealth in that map so much more boring to play versus. Which, by the way, my biggest hate for playstyles is stealth because that shit is so sleeper. Because like you are just removing the best part of the game objectively.
what if you're someone like me who hates chase?
Then why are you playing Surf?
Why am I playing what?
Well, then why are you playing Survivor if you hate chase?
Because it's chill. It's relaxing.
You're not even playing the. Go play Cookie Cooker. If you want to relax, look, okay, you are removing a core part of the game, and like okay, in Apex, like sitting in the ring, out healing your opponent for RP. You're only doing that because it's cheap and easy. You're not playing the game. The core part of the game is gunfights, and like not doing that is just
have you ever
just
played
tragic.
Have you ever played Rainbow Six Siege?
Oh, I played it.
Yeah.
Oh, I have played it.
Do you know? I've talked about this before. Um, would you like to know my shots per round average
Like
percentage?
like what hit or shot?
Shot, not hit.
Like
Don't
zero,
worry about the hit. That doesn't matter.
like 23.
2.
2? Are you playing Monty or like Clash?
No, I play Echo. I'm on cams.
Okay. You know what? I can somewhat excuse that because Intel is still a part of the game, right?
Mhm.
Because the game has more than one core aspect. but hear me out,
Mhm.
right? It's still not good you're doing that, but at least you're still playing the game. Because Intel is a major part of the game. Stealth in DBD is not. It hasn't been since 2016.
But if someone wants to play that way, who are you?
They can go for it.
Who are you?
They can go for it. Oh, not me. I can control what you do. I'm still gonna die on the hill that it's boring as fuck and unhealthy for the game.
Right, but
and
boring,
ruins the game.
But boring is
same with shield ops in Siege. In my opinion, they're not OP. They're not whatever. They just go against the fundamental design of the game and remove a big part of skill and skill expression for both sides. That I love skill expression. I love Ultra Kill, Apex, Siege. If you're not playing Clash, Monty or Blitz or Fuse. Like, skill expression is a massive part of DBD, and
is it
removing a big genuinely yes. Like the gap between skill expressions of like the high tier players and lower tier players are insane, and it's beautiful. Killers like Oni, Billy, Blight, Wesker, high movement and macro, right? Not as much macro, but high movement. Then you have killers like Larry, Pinhead, Twins, insane macro skill cap, and it's beautiful how much you can expand on that and how good you can get at it. It's a great thing about this game that is overlooked. On Survivor, the 1v1 skill cap is insane. Like, go on YouTube, watch Steve, watch Rocket, watch Dan, the way they path, check spots, heartbeats, terror radius reading. It's insane. And then you go 4v1, watch Eternal, Elysium, Calamity, Old X9, Old Misery, Old Cynic. Their 4v1 gameplay and the way they calculate things and play around each other is so insane. Like, you have to sit down and actually watch it and understand it. That skill cap is so high. That's what's so important to DBD. The skill cap of everything included.
Right. But,
so removing a big part of that to quote unquote have fun to me is tragic.
But once again, if that's what they find fun,
that's what they can do. If hey, again, I kind of enjoy form and bleeding out, but I understand I should not be able to do it. I should not be able to do it, unlike Larry or Billy or whatever.
My point with the whole like shots per round in Siege thing, because I was platinum in Siege.
Goddamn, that Intel carry.
Yeah, that's once again. That's why when people say, "What do you mean you don't shoot?" Yeah, I just tell my teammates what to do.
Because like you're still playing a part of the game though. That's still a core part of the game. Stealth is no longer a core part of the game.
Who is to say that?
Just the way the game is designed currently. The way the maps are designed. The way loops are. The way killers are designed. To play versus.
But
Stealth is a sub part. Right. It's not a core part. It's a sub part.
All right. Well, this brings it back around to a little bit to the one question I asked earlier. What is the win condition of Dead by Daylight?
To make it simple, 3Ks.
Okay, so if 2 people stealth the entire match and get out, they won.
Yeah, they won.
So why wouldn't they?
Why wouldn't they? Because it's boring as fuck. Okay, why don't people in League play the best champions all the time?
In what context?
Okay, if you're playing ranked in League, why wouldn't you play the best champions every round?
Most people do.
I will never swap off Samira. I don't give a shit. Nerfed or whatever. I will always play her. In my ranked games, I've seen people play like fucking Morgana top.
Yeah, watch.
Even in ranked.
Have you like looked at like league pick rates, like swap every like 2 weeks?
It's crazy, right?
Yeah. Most people in that game will play whatever's best. They don't care.
Okay, bad example. Okay, Overwatch. Okay, Overwatch. I was like GM for fucking ages back in the day, right?
But okay, all right. But hang on. We're talking ranked.
Ranked? Yeah, ranked.
Average.
In Overwatch, ranked.
Average play.
okay, average play, right? But even when I was like in garbage tier, like plat fucking diamond, right? People still played who they wanted.
Yeah.
Of course, you get some people go, oh, I must pick best character this patch. To an extent, it doesn't matter. People in every rank will still, at most of the time, play who they want, right? Because if you really want to win, sure, you can pick the best character. But, not gonna lie, most people aren't gonna do that.
But...
Unless you're playing in, like, pro play. But that's a different story.
But in DBD, if people want to stealth, they're going to stealth.
Yeah, and if people want to play fucking, like, Billy, low point games every game, they're gonna. But most people aren't. The incentive to win this game doesn't exist.
No, it doesn't at all. That's why I hate the MMR debate.
MMR to me, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter at all. It doesn't even really work half the time anyway.
Like, to me, MMR is kind of like... If people say, oh, in high MMR, shut up! Shut up! Shut up! High MMR doesn't exist. It's like, bro, I have gotten... I think I have like a fucking 90% win rate on Oni. And I still get lobotomized people.
Yeah,
versus my M1. It's crazy.
I have like an 85% win rate on Chucky, and I still get like really bad players sometimes.
M1 doesn't matter. If stealth is a core part when a killer gets a better tracking, yes. Yes. If stealthing was a core part of DBD, the game would be balanced around it and have
some
like
killers,
mechanics.
Some killers do though.
Some killers do, but not all.
Yeah.
But not all.
But that's the point. Some killers are supposed to not be good at tracking. It's like their whole thing.
I mean, but then the base game like scratch marks and shit.
Yeah. And that's why there's perks to get rid of scratch marks.
Yeah, to remove core, which I don't like. I don't like removing core parts of the game. I hate it. It hurts my soul. Just, I hate, like, I hate gen perks. I don't like them. I don't like their resistance, right? I don't like, okay.
Don't you run Painless?
I know, I don't like that it exists, but I love the perk, if that makes sense, right?
Okay.
Okay, look, I don't like that cigarettes exist, but I still love them.
Okay.
Like, they exist, they're here, but I'm gonna love it, but I wish they didn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
There are lots of things wrong with this game. Like, I think lots of things should be static. Gen speeds, like vaults, I don't like bamboozle existing, I don't like brutal existing. They exist because there are flaws fundamentally. So they're there to fix flaws.
From the way you're talking, you just don't think perks should exist.
Yes and no. Yes and I think perks in 2v8 are great. They were beautiful. They changed the way the game was played.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how perks should work. They should change the way the game is played. Change your play style, right?
But perks
not gonna lie,
do that.
Only if you run a very specific build, which most of the time is garbage, and I don't like that. I wish there were different playstyles with builds that weren't garbage. I say garbage because they don't work versus very, very, very good players, but that's just me. That's how I quantify things. Unless they work versus players equal skill to you, they're not good. Average players, to me, right? Because you can run bad things and still win. Like, I can run Twitch top lane, and if I'm the GOAT, I can still win. But that should never happen.
But the problem with that statement is average.
I know. And that's my original point.
That's the problem.
The average in this game is so unbelievably bad. The average only can 180.
But once again, my thing with that is like you say it's bad except against the average player. Average by its definition means most.
Okay, Twitch top lane won't work versus average players.
No.
Unless you are the GOAT.
Or your team is carrying you.
Exactly, right? That's a good thing. Some things just shouldn't work. I should not go Samira support and win. I should be losing every time I lock Samira support. Because it's trolling. Right? And that's a good thing. Mm-hmm. But in DBD, the fact that like Leaf, I think, got like 20 wins perkless, that is a travesty to the matchmaking and the average skill of players.
I did my 50 games with Chucky, no perks, no add-ons. I went 30 matches and won.
Like, that shouldn't happen, but it does because it's not hard to be above average, which to me is fucking crazy. Like, I don't know what the majority of the players are doing, but it should not be this easy to get such insane results.
They're just playing the game.
I know, so am I.
But you're not.
I am. Look, okay, I am washed as fuck on this killer. I have like 18 hours past 2 weeks.
You just
that is.
But you used to play and watch comp, right?
Yeah, right.
So
but even then, I was not amazing, right? I've never won a tourney. I'm not a comp player. I have a comp experience.
But you went out of your way to get better. Most people don't.
Even then, before I even went comp, right? Still on Oni, I was still getting good results. Just because,
but were you
like I just
were you trying to get better at playing Oni the whole time?
I just like getting better at games in general.
Most people don't.
Okay, that I will never understand. I can never understand that. I do not understand how people enjoy being bad.
Do you know what the percentage? Do you know what the percentage of players who play video games that go online and watch videos about a video game is?
I don't fucking know.
It's 2%.
2%?
Yes.
2%?
2%.
Do people play on like their smoke breaks only?
No, people come home from their 9 to 5, play an hour, and then go to bed.
I was coming home from school, doing homework instead for my exams, and I was still like trying to get better. Like I just can't fathom it. Like I don't know. I've never had fun at the game that I've always been bad at. I've always wanted to get better, so I can actually enjoy the game.
I suck at Valorant. I never want to improve at it. I still have fun.
How'd you never want to improve?
Because I don't care. What do I get from improving?
You do better. You have more fun. You hit more shots.
But I have fun even though I'm doing bad.
But there's no like, I don't know. Maybe the way my brain works, if I'm not trying to improve, I'm not having fun. Actually, no. It's Siege. Okay, Siege right now is the only game I don't care that I'm bad at, only because I like trolling in that game.
Mm-hmm.
I like just going for spawn peaks. It's the only like me and my friends, we just like trio queue. We go like Ella. We just go pistol spawn peaks like a Cade, Ella, fucking
pistol spawn peeking is Cade. Who the fuck is pistol spawn peeking is Cade?
Have you seen this pistol?
It's got like I know it's pistol.
Me. That's me. I have black eyes for it just for that reason.
Oh my god.
It's so devious. That's what I find fun in that game. And to be fair, I'm a hypocrite for saying that. But if I ever want to play the game seriously, I'm gonna want to improve because I don't like being bad at things.
But most people don't. Why? Once again, why would anyone want to play Dead by Daylight seriously? That's the question.
I don't play Dead by Daylight seriously anymore. I never did. I played it for fun. I found comp fun because it was fair.
Right, but that's you.
I know that's me.
that's me. And I think that's what I know. I've been saying it's a lot, but that's where the cognitive dissonance is coming in.
Definitely. I'm very narrow-minded when it comes to some things. Like my idea of fun is getting better, and I can respect it, but I'll never understand people like being bad at DBD because I don't know how it's fun to hop on and just get like 4-man outed or like stomped.
Okay, let me rephrase that. Most people don't like losing, but that's not how I want to phrase it. What I would like to say is most people don't care if they lose.
Neither do I. I don't really care if I lose anymore. Like
yeah,
it's just.
But most people are like really apathetic about it. Extremely. They just move on and go next.
I only care if I lose to someone I don't like. It's the only time I lose. I care if I lose.
Mm.
And most of the time I lose because I play bad, and that's on me. That's how I view like most things. Like if I lose, I played worse. If I win, I play better. This is how I see it. In my opinion, DBD is a skill-sided game to an extent. The extent are maps. Perks, whatever, I'm genuinely convinced if you're good enough, you can beat, if you are the GOAT, you can beat any single team with any perks on a fair map.
Yeah, I could probably
on any killer.
Yeah.
If you are better at M1, you will shit on any player that is worse than you. Doesn't care what perks or add-ons they bring. If you play better, you win. If you play worse, you lose. The amount you have to play better though fluctuates, but it's still possible.
Right.
This is not some like alpha male sigma girl must grind 24/7. Just if you lose, you play worse. Simply.
Right, but I mean, going back to the whole like how you can't understand how people can just play and not try to get better.
Yeah,
like I said, that's most people.
Fair enough. Like I don't know. When I was playing like demo back in the day when I first got him, I was getting stomped. I'm like, damn, this is fucking boring. I can't do shit. I want to play the killer, and if I'm bad at it, like I'm not having fun. Like I strive for the improvement so I can eventually enjoy the killer. Like with Samira right now. When I first started, oh my god, my games weren't fun But I knew once I got better at her, I was gonna be doing cool shit and being swag as fuck, getting pentas. So I just persevered.
Do you know who I main or used to main in League?
I swear to God, if you say Bard,
I had two mains, Zoe
Nautilus, Zoe. Oh no, no.
and Yumi.
You're a Yumi player?
I don't play League anymore.
Was? Huh?
Yeah, I got M7 on Yumi in 3 days.
How the fuck do you enjoy Yumi?
I think I like helping my teammates.
I think it. Okay, to be fair, people enjoy Mercy. You must like really enjoy helping people.
I do.
You like sacrificing your own interactive to make sure.
I die all the time for my teammates.
Me, fuck that. No. I'm selfish as shit. I played support in Overwatch. I was playing Ana solo queue. Bro, I'm sorry if my tank's like brain dead. Fuck you. I will get to that kill. I'm getting that kill. I don't care. I don't care how many times I nano you, pump you for the heals. If you're shit, fuck you. I'm not helping you.
There's a clip somewhere of me literally sacrificing myself so my teammate could get a pentakill.
That's valid though. That right there, that's for the homie. That's valid.
I do that. I do that all the time, even if it won't result in a pentakill.
I mean, if it wins you the game, it's the right play. Yeah, that's like a good idea.
I mean,
but I don't know.
The way
I like playing support. My support main, Leona. I do no damage, but I like being able to go in and enable people. But I'm still being interactive. Like to me, Yumi is just kind of like playing Mercy. You kind of just like pray your ADC is the goat.
I like
but with Leona, I can just go around, stun people, and be like super cancer.
I like that though.
I mean, did you solo queue Yumi?
Yeah.
Oh god, you're actually a demon. I fuck with that. I fuck with that.
I didn't get very far. I wasn't that great at League. I got gold something.
I mean, shit, it's a little better than me currently.
Before Yumi, I used to play Rakan.
Rakan?
Uh-huh.
I fuck with Rakan. I don't know. To me, support players are like 50-50. Not gonna lie, if I see Yumi insta-lock, I will dodge.
Yeah,
I hate playing with Yumi.
I used to main Rakan, Yumi, Zoe. I mained support was my main role, but when I played Zoe, it was mid lane. When I mained support, I mean, I did a whole thing. This is back way in my like old YouTube days. I did a thing where I went through every character and played every character in the support role.
Goddamn.
Yeah. Do you remember what is her name? The chick with the knife legs.
Chimera?
Yeah. Were you around when she first came out?
No. Okay, so for context, I only started playing League a lot, like last month. The first time I played was in 2016 for 3 hours, and I think I played like Jinx.
So she's a top lane AD fighter. She
was the first top laner I ever played though, when I got back into the game. She's so much fun.
I used to play her in support.
That's kind of devious.
Yeah. I did that 2 weeks before the pro players started doing it.
I mean, shit. gotta start the wave.
It's just really she just does everything a support can do and does damage.
DVD podcast, by the way. DVD podcast.
Oh, I talk about League all the time on here. It's fine.
What's your opinion on the Fury, by the way?
What was that?
The Fury, the dog.
Fury?
Neferi. Sorry, my accent's kind of shit.
Neferi?
The dog mid laner.
Oh, I haven't played since she came out.
Oh my god, she's so much fun. She's everything I love in a champion. But she's mid lane, sorry for to play right now.
Well, once
Only
again, see, I don't like assassins. I don't like playing assassins.
I love being able to like do swag shit.
See,
like again, every game I play, I gotta be swaggy. Ana sleeps, antis, getting like kills out the air, swag. Oni, I gotta say it. He's a swag.
I think that's where we differ a lot. Because I don't care.
Definitely.
I don't care. As long as it does the job, I don't care if it looks cool or not.
It's the reason I like stopped playing Volibear top. It's not swag. I feel guilty. But Volibear jungle, that's swag as fuck.
Which I think brings us into the question that we were gonna save for its own section.
Yes.
180s. So,
okay.
To everyone watching in chat, I'm going to go to my chatting screen while I find these questions real quick, because I want to make sure they're all listed so we get through every single bit of this. 180s on Oni are a, let's say, controversial topic.
Not gonna lie, it makes me enjoy Oni even more because it's controversial. And that sounds like super petty and edgy, but I like it that it's controversial. Because you can tell if a player is good or bad by their opinion on it. To an extent.
Well, I have a really weird opinion on it, so I'm trying to find my Twitter questions.
I know we're just speaking about League. My League duo is keeping like begging me to get on. I'll get on later, dog. I'm not playing now. I got more important things to do.
Okay, all right. So from Piltover or Pulvelter, I apologize for saying the name wrong. Blight, Hugtech, and Oni 180s fall into the category of skilled inputs that are celebrated among its mains. But any criticism of these inputs is met with responses like, good players never fall for these. If this only works versus bad players, is it actually skilled or impressive?
Okay, so Blight, Hugtech. Okay, people... I know Pandas might be in chat. You are an offender of this when it comes. Yeah, you're an offender when it comes to this on Twitter. You're not helping us. But Oni 180s and Hugtechs are a lot more oppressive versus, and like Wesker techs versus worse players because they're easier to execute and apply.
Mm-hmm.
However, they are not always optimal. They're like Oni 180s. Some tiles it's optimal, right? However, it's still risky, and the reason you rarely see that in like versus better players in like comp is because one, most comp players can't 180 very well. I'm not gonna lie, maybe like 3. Two, it's risky. At the highest tier, I'm gonna use comp as an example here because like pubs, dog, I will throw for 180 still 4K. You need to play safe. You can't risk things sometimes. Like Oni is punishing as fuck. Unless you're running duration, which you only run duration if you want to have like genuine fun. Not gonna lie, not optimal anymore. It's still good, but it's not optimal.
Mm-hmm.
If you miss a hit, it's super punishing. They get more distance. You're losing blood charge. You are on a timer. You need to get him on the floor, kissing the dirt as fast as possible. So the reason versus better players you're not going to see many 180s is because you can't afford to fuck up. It is always safer to cancel power and dash, and like M1 dash. With Hugtech, it was mainly because bump logic is arguably better and more consistent. However, Hugtech was still very good versus good players because it allowed you to extend on the bump logic, and some tiles were only playable with Hugtech. It is not both techs are not insane. They are balanced in my opinion. However, Hugtech being gone, it's whatever. It's kind of upsetting. I find it was fun, but also kind of boring to play with someone just slamming into a wall, trying to give themselves a concussion.
So when they got rid of Hugtechs, they actually fixed most of Blight's collision in general. That's why I think
that's a good thing. That is a good trade-off. Honestly, that makes as Scooty said, the pinball killer aspect a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
And as they said about Wesker, we don't know what they want Wesker to be. Right. We don't know what they want Oni to be. If they don't want Oni to 180, I would dare say you will never see any of the current good Oni players play Oni.
Mm-hmm.
Because Pandas, Sus, Vistrous, me, Leaf, I'm not calling you a good Oni player. That's the only comment you ever get from me, Leaf. Your filters suck. I love you though. Leaf, Azu, fucking all these insane Oni players will just quit. Because 180s are the only skill expressive thing you can really do on Oni in pubs. Because his movement is also very skill expressive, but you can't really apply it to bad players. Because they're just like... It's like Twins macro. I'm never going to be able to express it in pubs because I can't do it versus them. They're not good enough to it even be like worth my time.
So wouldn't the argument there just be go play comp?
Go play comp? No, because then even in comp, right? Only 180s are they do so much more because you can correctional flick with them. If you fuck up like a 90-degree flick, you can correct it to try and hit them, which is a good outplay. So many tiles become unplayable, and he makes the killer super, super boring Like, I know people over-exaggerate this about, like, Blight. Oh, we're just gonna walk you down with zoning. But with Oni, 180s are the only, like, fun thing for me in Chase. Genuinely. Like, I don't like just dashing to someone and just downing them normally. Like, that's so boring. It's just not fun. Like, I'm going fast, woohoo, but there's no swag.
So
There's no steez.
so
There's no, like, cool thing about it.
so remember how we talked about earlier how I like we talked earlier about the whole skill expression thing and how
Yeah.
uh, it's hard to quantify sometimes, but we don't know what the devs want the game to be.
Which is a very scary thing.
So, based on their track record of how things are going, I do think the devs want the game to be very simplistic.
Which, in my opinion, is gonna kill the game.
But it's working.
Yesn't. Yesn't.
Do you see their numbers? Because I don't.
Not because the game's become more simple, but because of like licenses and shit.
Right.
That's what I see.
But
I genuinely think removing Hug Tech was fine because of the trade-off. If they remove only 180s but make you be able to correct shit, that's fine, right? But simply locking his shit to 90 degrees like console, I'm dead ass, makes the killer unplayable.
now, when you say
Because you can't do any.
when you say unplayable,
I mean unplayable. You can't do anything of any merit on the killer. All you can do is dash, cancel power, M1 strike. That to me makes Oni unplayable. Because you're not playing Oni at that point.
Mhm.
He 180s and his dash are his identity, pretty much. Like that is what makes Oni Oni.
but the question
Without that,
the question becomes if the devs want that or not.
what the dev wants. Doesn't make it right or wrong, but what I will say is though, the current identity of Oni, of how he is currently, is perfect. All they need to do is add 180s to consoles, so it's good for both sides. Because coming from Viscerus, right? The best Oni, like, of all fucking time. But most story results, consistency, whatever. Like, the GOAT. He played on console for like 3,000 hours on Oni. And he will sit here and tell you exactly why he's unplayable. The only way you can play him is to cancel power and M1 lunge. That is not fun. There are some people that find that fun, but for the majority, which you all need to understand, it's super boring because you're not really doing anything.
Well,
There's no outplay potential. There's no real skill expression.
to the majority of the people we see and interact with.
True. But like most Onis I play versus anyway, that aren't even 180, they're still using the dash.
Mhm.
They're not canceling power. They're actually trying to do something with the power.
Mhm.
It isn't cancel. Like you're removing a big part of the killer to make him more in line with his It's nothing like the Blight situation because he still has something else, right? He still has bump logic, still a pinball killer. He's still good. With Oni, this is the only thing that makes his power good is to be able to do more than 180s, correct things, play around tiles. You can like do 130s and play around tiles, do 120s, even like just like 100-degree flicks, make the killer playable. But locking it to 90 and making it that slow,
I wouldn't lock it to 90.
there's no reason to lock it to anything. Because like it's hard. It's fucking hard to be consistent with this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And that to me, the way I see how this game should be, if the tech is balanced, skilled, has outplay potential.
Who gets to decide all that?
We don't know. Which is bad. Which is bad.
Well, it doesn't because if you got to decide it.
Oh, if I got to decide it, this game would be perfect. Bro, I make this game beautiful. Okay, I would fix this shit. Behavior. Give me 500. Give me $600. A pack of Newports and an iced tea. I will fix your game in 20 hours.
You know what a god complex is?
Nah.
I'm joking.
Nah. I'm not a god. I don't have a god complex. I got a fucking creator complex.
Oh my god.
I will fix this game. Joke. But like, joking. I understand. I can't fix this game. If the game was the way I would want it to be, it would die. 100%. 100% would die.
I mean,
Because it would die. It would be way too optimal. If that makes sense. Like everything would be too balanced, which isn't fun. I will say though.
No, it's not balanced at all. If everything's balanced, nothing is fucking terrible.
True.
It,
Like we need bad perks. We need bad killers. We need bad maps. We need bad maps. Otherwise, I don't think I would lose a game. Like I think I could go for a long streak if it was only Mac and
the
Auto.
bad also makes the good look better.
True. Like having Ghostface in this game makes Oni look so much better. Thank you, Ghostface, for being garbage. It brings joy to my heart.
But
Also diversity. If every killer is good, then like where's the diversity? You know?
what do you mean? If every killer is good, where's the diversity?
If every killer is like A tier, where's the diversity? Like it's kinda it'll be boring. Like there has to be weaker killers for like longer chase times and unique shit. Like you said, I'm gonna have to agree with you. If every map was balanced, everything would be the same. Like there's no uniqueness.
No.
You have a point there.
Yeah.
You have a point.
Like I said, you have to have the bad. But I'm gonna bring up Rainbow Six Siege again.
Hell yeah.
They used to have.
You have to have Monty.
Well, no, they used to have a map ban system in Rainbow Six. They still do, but when it first came out, it was 3 maps. And
3 maps?
Yeah.
God damn.
So 3 maps. 3 maps would show up, and each team would ban, and in whichever map got out of the ban is the one you go to. As a result of how it worked, though, only like 4 maps would ever get played.
That would get like super boring really fast.
It did. That's why I stopped playing the game.
I mean, to be fair, if I could play Macaroto every game, I don't think I would ever like quit DBD. But that's just me. That's just me.
In Siege, it was Coastline, Oregon, Clubhouse.
God, if I could play Old House again every game, oh my god, bro! 2017 House, Old Ash, Old Ella.
But that's how it was. But because of the map ban system being just those 3 maps, I quit playing a month after that happened.
That's fair enough. Like, of course, to me, I like consistency. I
hate consistency.
There we go. That's good. Like contrast, whatever, right? And that's good. There has to be contrast for the world to be good.
Let me rephrase that. I like consistency in certain things. I hate it in something like that.
Like to me, if the game was only Macanato, I would think the game's perfect, but it wouldn't be in the grand scheme of things. Obviously,
it would get old quick. It would get old. So
for me, it never would. I would have the joy of my life. I would try to do streaming full time. That's a lie. I fucking with it. I would get super bored of having to play the game every day. But you know,
I would hate if it was just Mac. I would hate it.
I mean, I've played Cold Tower. That's my most played map because it scrims, and I love it. I still love it. Cold Tower 2 though, fuck that map. Cold Tower 1 though,
But you know, and you brought up the console thing. I said this before with Chucky, which I was going to bring up for the 180s. The console players being able to 180. My opinion on this is if they don't remove 180s from Oni, which I don't think they should. I need to make that clear. I don't think they did.
If they do, I guarantee you're only going to see either Lippy play Oni or like streamers who can play Oni play Oni.
But my point is like I want to make it clear. I don't think they should get rid of 180s on Oni. I do not.
Good. You are a brother in my heart.
I do think they should have been gotten rid of on Chucky. Because I think they were much easier on Chucky, and I also think that Chucky benefited from them more.
To me, I'm glad because it was too easy and it looked stupid. It had no swag, no steez. I think I've watched two Chucky montages and I wanted to throw up. I'm sorry, but Chucky has no swag.
But does that
what
matter?
I mean by that?
Does that matter?
To me, it does. Grand scheme of things, no. Like twins, no swag at all, no steez. But the macro is beautiful. Only if you know about twins, obviously. But that's why macro is like kind of annoying in this game, right? It has no visible swag.
No, of course.
But it has mental swag.
In no game does macro. By definition, it can't.
I don't know.
Outgreen Chucky should also be removed. Wise. I mean, Outgreen Chucky is so stupid.
I mean, okay. Would you consider like, for example, I see this on like Insta and Twitter all the time. Like sets W, like true damage.
Yeah.
outplaying, like, if they flash, outplaying that flash, to me, that's macro. That's game knowledge. That's game awareness.
That's micro.
That's not macro?
That's micro.
That's micro? Okay. That makes more sense. To me, that was macro. I don't know why.
Macro is full on game sense.
Oh, okay. Game sense. Bro, I got
macro.
Bro, I play ADC. All I need is my jungle. All I need is my jungle to know what they're doing, and I'm fine.
I'm gonna. Okay. Micro gameplay is full mechanical.
Oh, okay. Micro mechanical, macro mental.
Macro is full mental. It's knowing. Okay, here's the easiest way to break it down. Macro is why, when, and where. Micro is how.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more sense.
One is the setup, one is the execution. So like macro gameplay would be like you said with twins. It's like knowing where everyone is on the map at all times. That's macro gameplay. Knowing that if I go left at this loop, that forces them to go right, which zones them away from main building. That's macro gameplay. Micro would be if I moonwalk at this exact moment and then in one, I will guarantee the hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a lot more sense.
Yes. That's the difference. That's why I say one is easier to show than the other.
Well, 100%. There is no way you can show twins macro unless you do a bot review.
Exactly. And that's why most people don't care about that side of the game, because it's so much harder to show.
Also, hot take, I think some killers should never be macro killers. Like Oni, he's a more micro killer when it comes to like skill expression, and he should stay that way. If this killer ever becomes a macro expressive killer, I will quit this fucking game.
Well, he has macro expression.
He has, but that's not his main thing when it comes to pubs. Comp, different thing, but we're gonna ignore that for this situation. But I don't bias whatever.
But my point though with the whole thing was controller players. I think like if 180s become centralized on Oni, like I think it should. Controller players should definitely be allowed to do it.
My advice for all controller players right now: pick up Spirit until Oni 180s. Don't play the killer. You're doing nothing on the killer. I can guarantee you that. You're wasting your time.
What if they like the killer in general?
Live your life. I'm not gonna stop you, but the best advice: play something else where you can actually get good at the killer.
Let me pull up the YouTube questions real quick.
Because to me, if you can 180 on Oni, you're not a good killer. You're not good at Oni, in my opinion. Because it's a core part of his chase. Understanding how to and when. Which I do plan on doing a guide on when to 180 at certain tiles on Mac and Auto. Like, it's very important knowing when and how to. If you can't do that, you're garbage at Oni. I'm sorry. Like, I see a lot of, like, people play Oni. If I can flick, am I the GOAT? No. That's another thing. If you can only flick looking up, you're not good. You're not good at Oni. I'm sorry.
All right. Here's another question, because I brought this up with Chucky before. Ooh. Let's say they got rid of 180s. Let's say in theory they got rid of 180s. Would you be fine if they made it an add-on?
Yes. I would run it every game. Every game.
But you would be fine with it being an add-on.
Yep. If it's in the game in any capacity, I will take it.
Okay.
Because it means I can still play my killer. It means I didn't waste like 1,000 hours. Which I know is like, oh, why would you waste 1,000 hours on an exploit? Because it's fun.
Didn't you just ask why would people waste 1,000 hours stealthing? Basically.
No, not the same thing at all. One takes skill, one doesn't. One takes skill, one doesn't. I'm sorry, sitting in a bush takes no skill.
So that's the qualifier to you? Is if it takes skill?
Yes. To me, if it takes skill, keep it in the game to an extent.
So it doesn't matter if people find it fun, even if it takes no skill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, I'm like super like I want this game to be more skill expressive, and I want to remove the crutches or like minimize them.
Mm-hmm.
So not whether they're obsolete, but two, it makes you think, maybe I should let go of my wheelchair and learn how to walk.
Okay.
Because like I don't think you should be able to run 4 slowdowns or like OTR, DS, DH, and like MTF or whatever. I don't think that should be a thing, right? Because it's too crutchy, too handholdy. But sadly, the current flaws of the game make that need be a need to an extent. So I want to remove crutches in this game, so either people forced to get better or quit.
But once again, the question there would be, well, there's 2 questions from that. One is, how many people would be willing to stay for that aren't the dedicated people?
True.
And 2, who gets to decide that?
True. Okay. First point, when I say remove crutches, I'm not talking about making the game like, oh, it's hard as like learning League Sin or whatever. I'm just talking about removing things that are blatantly hand-holding. Like just OP shit in general. Remove insta heals, remove I think, me personally, toolboxes should not alter gen speeds. I just change it to do like something else or whatever. But just that toolboxes are a crutch in general. Fuck that. They are a mistake of the game. Flashlight buffer, revert that. I'm sorry. If I get flashlight saved, I'm like, oh, cool. You're so cool, man. It's skillless. It's removing skill. Old flashlights were hard. They should be hard. Because it's like
should they?
Yes, 100%.
Why?
100%. Why? Because it's super impactful to the game. You shouldn't have like an outplay that's easy and super impactful.
Understand?
Like, because it's kind of like it's just free value, which I hate. I hate things that give you free value that don't make you work for it.
That's 90% of the meta perks.
Exactly. I don't like them. I really don't.
Neither do
but I like running. It was just like, they need to fix so much with this game. But it's okay. We start baby steps. Baby steps.
Do you know what my best design, or what I think the best design perk in the game is?
What?
Devour Hope.
I fuck with that.
So the reason I think it's the best design perk in the game, it has a ramp up. It discourages the more scummy gameplay of nothing against people who do it, but of camping. It it has time for the survivors to play against it by removing the totem. It's micro slowdown because once they see it go off, there's an oh shit moment to find it. And if it gets to a point to where the killer gets the 5 stacks, they basically win.
I would agree if Pentimento and Undying weren't in the game.
Okay, Undying, I understand. Why Pentimento?
Pentimento is such a flawed perk.
Object permanence.
Huh? Say again, sorry? I don't know. Like, what is object permanence?
Object permanence is the ability. Object permanence is the ability to remember things you've seen.
You know, like, okay, the reason I say Pentimento is like a bad perk design is because there are some times where you can't outplay it. I want the game to always have an opportunity for outplays.
That's not possible.
I know, but we're gonna try to make it to the point where it's as possible as we can without killing the game, right?
You know why?
Killing the game.
You know why I know it's not possible? Because no one can answer that dodge or miss question.
No, I just did. Okay, I did. If you execute the flick and you don't hit, they dodge. If you don't execute the flick, you missed. There we go. Problem solved. There we go. There we go. There we go. Because I answered it, we can fix the game. There we go.
Okay.
I am the second coming of Jesus Christ. I'm not.
It's one of the, okay. It's like if a survivor is in a dead zone.
Yeah.
They should just go down, right?
Yeah, but they could have prevented it.
Beforehand.
And currently, if you run into a dead zone, that's your fault.
Right.
If you got zoned into it, the killer outplayed you. To an extent, right?
To an extent. Zoning skill though?
Yes.
Zoning,
yes.
You think zoning is skill?
How do I word this? M1, okay, killer power zoning to an extent, right? Mm-hmm. By breaking pallets, pathing in a certain way, using bamboozle on the right windows, that is skill.
I need to make this clear. I agree with you. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but like Slinger, M2 fake, demo, pyramid, like that, like cheap zoning. Fuck no, that's not skill. But like understanding the core chase mechanics about skill, 100% is.
That's not zoning then. That's corralling.
That is zoning.
No, that would be corralling.
Dog, I don't know this language. What the fuck does that mean?
Corralling is I can't believe I have to. Okay, so corralling is do you want me to get to the etymology of the word, or do you want me to just tell you what it means?
Tell me what it means. This is my second language, okay?
Like,
you gotta understand this.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
Corralling is basically like what cowboys used to do to cows. They force them in a direction.
Oh, herding. You could have just said herding. You could have just said herding, dog.
Anyways, that's herding, not zoning. Zoning is forcing it.
Yeah, you can force it with like just basic M1 mind games, like pallet breaking.
But one is forcing it. The other is just causing it. There's a difference.
I can okay. You can force people to take certain loops by breaking a pallet a certain way.
Right.
You can force people into a general direction, right? Hardcore zoning with like Slinger, Demo, Pyramid Head, Huntress. That to me isn't skill. Because there's no skill expression within it. You're just holding a power and looking at them. There's no mind, there's no like thought process. It's just, oh, if I do this, they're the ones in the bad situation. I have to think, what am I going to do? Me personally, I already know, and there's nothing they can really do to counteract it. Mm-hmm. If they like, it's kind of, you remove an aspect of skill, right? With like general M1 zoning, with like Demo's power by breaking pallets, right? That's fucking skill. Comparing your average like regular Demo to someone like Rocket, Yvonne playing Demo, their zoning and their chase times are insanely different.
Couldn't you
because they understand?
But couldn't you argue that it's still skillful to know when to do it?
To when to hold like your M2?
Yes.
Knowing when to, when not. Yesn't. Okay.
You're just full of yesents, aren't you?
Because this game is this game is full of yesents. It's my new favorite word. Yesent. If I see someone running to a window, to me personally, there is no thought process into me holding my power. It is ABC. It is, if I'm in range, which to me, right? It's ABCs. To me, reciting the alphabet in your language is no skill. It is the fundamentals that every human being should know, right? So me looking at someone, yeah. If you can't say the ABCs in your language, I'm sorry. You gotta lock in for that. You gotta lock it.
But like, it's still a skill. You have to learn it. Therefore, it's a skill.
It's a skill that doesn't take much effort.
But it's still a skill.
Yes. Okay. In your definition, yes. In my definition, no. Because to me, a skill is something that takes like effort to learn past a certain stage. If you're 4 years old, it takes skill to learn the alphabet. But if you're like 18 and you still don't know, but if you know the alphabet, it's at 18 years old, it is not skill.
To me, a skill is anything that can be learned.
Breathing is a skill?
No, that's innate.
That's innate? Okay.
You don't learn to breathe. You just breathe.
Blinking fast, that's a skill?
Yeah.
Goddamn. Gotta blink, man.
By definition, that is a skill.
Fair enough, but like,
hang on.
It's
hang on. Before we go, hang on. I'm gonna do something I never do. Oh, I didn't know we were still on the screen. Damn it, chat. Skill definition. Noun: the ability to do something well. Verb: train to do a particular task. It says nothing about effort.
True. But then again, context matters.
It does, but...
Okay, so when someone says it takes skill to do something, they're referring to effort. When someone says something is a skill...
So why don't they just say it takes effort to do?
Because why can't they just say it takes skill?
Because that's not the definition of the word skill.
Languages are different.
But we're talking in English.
So, I'm not a native English speaker. The way I pronounce words and sentence structure is going to be different to you because you're a native English speaker. It's dynamic. Language is a dynamic concept.
Are we really having an argument about the definition of a word?
No, just the use of it.
Oh my god. It's I concede, I guess.
Let's go. I will forever be the most controversial guest on the
Oh,
podcast.
Jesus Christ.
I want a word argument in a language that I don't really know.
Well,
Joking.
okay, Wise, there is a skill floor in Sealing, but I'm not talking about the skill floor in Sealing. I'm talking about the word something, or I'm talking about...
Words have multiple uses.
They do, and semantic change is a thing. I understand that. However, no one ever qualifies the semantic change.
That we can agree on. The transparency with explaining concepts and opinions needs to be improved.
Like I said,
right
when someone says something takes no skill, I never agree with that. When someone says something takes no effort, that's a different statement that I might agree with.
That right there, that I do agree with. You need to explain your... Again, like, it's been like 3 hours. We said that like 3 hours ago. Explain the way you're expressing your opinion and like concepts, right? So for me, when I say something takes like little to no skill, I'm referring to the effort it takes to achieve it. To you, it's the sheer act of it. Anything you have to learn is a skill. I agree with that. Mm-hmm. But in the context of this, I'm saying how much effort it is to apply it, right?
Right.
As having a lot of skill in a character doesn't mean you can do a shit ton of things. Doesn't mean you can do. It just means you can do it very well. Like, right. For example, I don't know, trapper. Just placing traps takes little to no effort.
But knowing where to.
That's skill. But placing them down isn't a skill.
But knowing where to doesn't take effort. It's just knowledge.
Yeah.
So that wouldn't be very skillful.
It isn't.
But it is.
But it's not.
But you're using your mental capacity to know where to place them.
Small amount.
Are lineups in Valorant skillful?
Yesn't. Okay.
You can't keep saying
yes. I can and I will. I'll get what you're saying yesn't. Okay. Executing? No. Applying? Yes.
So what's same thing with Trapper?
No. Because he has little room for skill expression with his power. Because it's very simplistic and bare bones. There's not much you can do with it.
Right, but the knowledge of where to put them would be the skill.
Which doesn't take much effort. Which, in your definition, is skill. In my definition, isn't. But that's okay.
I think we just realized the entire problem with Dead by Daylight Twitter.
There's a lot more than that, but yeah. So for the remainder, I'm going to refer to things as effort to keep it like clarity.
Okay. All right. Anyways,
so to pull up demo shred at a window doesn't take much effort, right?
Right.
It's you should know this, and if you don't, you are simply horrible at the killer. I'm sorry. It's okay to be bad. It's okay. It's okay.
What is knowing that you shouldn't put it up and instead just go to the other side of the window?
That is general M1.
That's skillful.
That's skilled, right? Okay, knowing when and when not to. Okay, so look, if let's say we're at a TNL and someone's running to one of the windows and I'm in range, it takes little effort for me to understand that I should pull up power to see what they do. If they commit, they get hit. If they don't, I get the hit, right? That is little effort. Is it a skill to know when? Yes. But does the skill take much effort to acquire? No. But knowing when to break pallet, in what direction, and understanding the loops. So, okay, if I break here, when they're here, they can go here, which I can do this at this time, at that point, whatever. Like, you get the idea. That, to me, is a skill that requires a lot of effort.
I would say it's the same amount of effort.
Anyone can pull up power at the window and play the 50-50.
I meant the why, like the win and why.
Not the when and why?
Not the act of doing it.
Oh, okay. The when and why? I don't know. I think the when and why of like pallet break zoning and bamboozle zoning takes a lot more effort than 50-50 pulling a power at the window thinking effort. Because that is just what you have to do every single time you're in range. There is no thought process to that.
Okay.
It is just pull up and wait to see what happens. What happens then is just reaction time skill.
Mhm.
But like that situation where people can play it, oh, they pull up power, that to me is like no effort, but those killers don't get blast anyway, so I don't care. Like it's if someone's pulling up power and faking it every time, just play around it. That right there, that is a skill that requires effort to achieve, is understanding people's playstyles and playing around them.
Mhm. Yeah.
I think people should refer to skills and how much effort. People should say like, oh, this is a skill that takes effort to acquire. That's what I think people should do. A lot more clarity.
But then the question would become what qualifies as the effort.
How long and how much? Fuck. How do I word this?
Because what if someone
How
just, what if someone just picks something up naturally?
naturally?
Yeah.
Then they're talented. Okay, for example, skateboarding. That's hard as fuck. But some people
yeah.
are just prodigies and the goats.
Right.
But still, landing a double heel flip is a very hard skill. It takes a lot of effort to acquire. There are always going to be outliers. Like nothing is consistent in this world.
I know it isn't. It's just very hard with how we talk because all of us want like a definitive answer.
And that's never going to happen because language isn't definitive as well.
Oh man. By the way,
I love this
I know you said English was did you know what I meant when I said semantic change?
No.
Okay, so semantic.
Dude,
if I say something you don't know, I don't mind explaining it.
Dog, I live in a mainly English-speaking country. It is so embarrassing. I just never. I just try to guess with context clues, dog. I've done this for like so long now.
Semantic change is when a word's definition changes over time.
Oh, okay. Like fluctuates?
Yeah. So like
I know that word. I'm very smart.
so like I'm trying to think of a word offhand. What's a word that's like changed the definition of
Sick.
Yeah, like sick. Like it became a slang term. It still means the old thing, right? But it also means the new definition of what it means.
For example, like context, like foda in Portuguese, right? It can mean se foda means go fuck yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But like it can also be used like how cool is that? Like que foda. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Like also mean hey go fuck yourself, which is great. I love my language.
What about when I said cognitive dissonance? Do you know what that one means?
To me, that means disagreement.
So cognitive dissonance is when your brain thinks one thing, but you're given information that goes against it.
Fuck.
So,
dog, I would have never guessed that.
So let's say you've been told your entire life that 2 + 2 = 5.
Oh.
And then you eventually grow up, and then you're told, well, actually, it equals 4. And then you have like a mini like aneurysm or like a headache because you can't comprehend that. That would be cognitive dissonance.
Oh, okay. God, I gotta read the dictionary.
That's just from my old psychology days. That's all that's from.
I forgot you were old. Sorry, dog.
I'm 30, man. I'm not old. I'm older.
You're 12 years older than me.
Still, I've lived a life. Anyways, and to clarify for anyone listening to this, and this is for you as well, I am not disagreeing with you on most of everything you're saying. I am adding qualifiers because I think it's fun to get to the bare bones bottom.
Oh, it's super fun. It's super fun. Like having a debate and not getting called a slur is very fun.
I'll never call you a slur. Oh,
Thank God you are a normal human being. I remember I don't stream much now for like multitudes of reasons, but a while ago, like this, like when like no one fucking knew who I was. I was playing like old Spirit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I was running OP shit because I was like what 400 hours, like 13 years old, being cringe as shit, whatever. So I was like 15, I think. Fuck, I don't know. 3 years ago, yeah, 15. And I like one viewer. I killed someone. They came to my chat, and like said, "Oh, you should run this OP." My idea at the time, which I don't agree with anymore, is it's in the game. I can run it. This
Right.
guy just like straight up just called me the hard R. As you can see by the footage, I'm white. That makes no sense. He only said that because I'm not from here.
Mm.
And like that, right? It's so weird. Like, how can a disagreement in a video game make you want to call someone a slur? It makes no sense. Dog, this ain't real life. You shouldn't call people slurs anyway. Like, come on.
People suck. That's all it comes down to. People just suck.
I've met so many weird people on DBD, and especially Twitch. Like, I thought the weird Twitch chatters were like a story. No, even I got them. See, I face cam out now. Like the first time I ever did it, I thought I was just gonna get called ugly. No, instead I got the weird, overly sexual comments, and it was super weird. I was 17 at the time as well. Like people need to mind their business, dog. People need to like keep it within them.
People wonder why I use the PNG. It's just way easier.
I don't want to pay for a PNG, so like I'm chill with it now. Like I don't really care what people. I don't know. Like I've gotten mostly like good responses at like Facecam. I've had some people like actually surprised that I'm white. I don't know why. That's like a thing. Like apparently I don't sound white to some people. Which what the fuck does that mean? But you know, Americans, I guess. No offense.
Don't ask me. I don't fucking know what it means.
PV Twitter, yeah. Oh my god, I posted a face on Twitter and I got like so many weird fucking people in my comments. It was awful. I had like man. Some people need to just. I think, okay, hot take on Twitter, right? If you're weird on Twitter, your like freedom of speech, right, should be revoked for 6 months, and you go to rehab for it.
There's
Like
not that works.
You gotta learn how to not be a creep.
That is not how that works, unfortunately.
We gotta teach people in school. We gotta teach people.
Being a weirdo isn't against the law. Just so.
Actually, no. I think every school should have like a mandatory training on how to not be weird on the internet. Like, hey kids,
well,
if you see an attractive woman, don't say weird shit.
I know you're joking a little bit, but I actually think schools should have a how to talk class.
Oh god, oh my god, this new generation are fucking cooked. I'm sorry. Like at the skate park, maybe I'm shit at English, but these kids are not speaking English. This is like more than brain rot.
You're getting
like,
old.
I'm 18. This is what I mean. Like, bro, this is worse. Okay, this is so bad. And it's only English-speaking countries. My country, we're safe. We're safe. We're safe. But like the UK, America, y'all motherfuckers are done for. I've heard the word "gyat" so much recently, like unironically. I use it as a joke. I remember I was at this skate park with my girlfriend or like some shit, whatever.
So, the older I get, and I remember this when I turned about 18, 19, that's when you start to notice it. It happened to me.
God.
It happened to my parents.
No. I'm not old. I'm not old.
You're not old. I'm not saying you're old. I'm saying you start to notice it at about 18, 19, 20.
Definitely. Also, like the filter on these like new kids are not real. So my girlfriend is like my phone background, right? I was at the skate park and one of the kids saw it. Bro, the most heinous shit possible. He's like 11 years old. Who the fuck is raising these kids to say this shit? I don't get it. I don't get it. Bro, at that age, I was talking about like Skylanders and fucking begging my mom to let me play CS. Like, bro. Just, we need an anti-creep class mandatory all across the world. There are too many weird people on Twitter comment sections. Like, we gotta fix it. We gotta fix this shit now. Or it's too late.
Moving on to Dead by Daylight.
I hate this community sometimes.
What was I? We talked about this a little bit earlier. Where would you place Oni on a tier list?
9th place. Top 9. He's top 9.
Top 10? You'd put him in the top 10?
Yeah. I think he's solidly, genuinely top 10.
Oh, okay.
I know Scooty says, like, Oni's B tier. However, this, I know people say snowball potential, but god motherfucking damn. This killer can pull it out of his ass like a magician.
Yeah, I would agree.
Oni is inconsistent. Yeah, Scooty thinks Oni's beat there because of like survivors. However, since I'm gonna use the average player versus the average player, I am never losing a game. I'm never losing a game versus average players. Never. That's not egotistical. Just the sheer like power of this killer, I can never lose to average unless I troll the fuck out of this game.
Mm-hmm.
If they're good, however, then I need to actually put in the effort. Then it's whoever plays better wins. Versus average players, if you are this goes for every killer pretty much. If you're above average, you should not be losing to average players, in my opinion. On any killer. Maybe I'm a little bit too narrow-minded on that. Maybe.
It depends on the player.
I mean, if they're average, and if you're above average, you shouldn't be losing to them. Of course, shouldn't. I know, shouldn't. That's why I said.
Do you know?
That's what I said. You lose if you play bad. If you're English, god damn it, stutters. If you lose versus average players, you played badly.
Do you know the greatest swordsman idiom?
What the fuck is an idiom?
An idiom. It's a figure of speech, just longer.
Oh, okay.
So the world's greatest swordsman doesn't fear the second greatest swordsman. He fears the worst.
Because you can't predict them.
Huh?
That doesn't apply to DBD.
What do you mean? Hunters has missed shots against bad players all the time.
Then they need to change their playstyle.
Right.
Then they like, okay, genuinely, if you are trying to play the same versus every single like type of player, you're playing badly.
Right.
Like
my point with that was that sometimes the best players, and this happens in every game, even Dead by Daylight, play worse against worse players. True.
But that's by their own volition. Did I use the word right? Volition?
Do you mean to say by their own sense of acting?
We're gonna go with that.
Okay.
English class of Sealion, my favorite. I know, Leaf. I know. I live in this country and I'm still garbage at it.
Don't ask me to spell though. It's been a lot of God. Don't ask me to spell.
But yeah, like if you lose, okay, if you are aware that they are worse than you and you still lose, you are the one who made the mistakes.
But what if they're so bad they're doing stuff that no one in their right mind would do?
Then still, you can still counter that. You still need to like figure out in the moment how to play versus it. It's still, if they're worse than you, the game rests on your shoulders. Who wins, who loses.
Okay.
And it happened to me. I've played versus people that are so unbelievably brained. I would have thought they had a lobotomy, and I lost because I didn't play accordingly. I didn't play how I needed to play. And who won? Them. Who lost? Me. Why? Because I played worse.
But that's the question. Like, so if I like how this entire podcast is basically just us talking about skill expression, but
if you're playing Oni, he's very skill aggressive.
So let's say you're, in theory, I'm gonna put this in theory. You're the greatest Dead by Daylight player of all time.
Yeah.
You're playing against the worst survivors of all time.
You're never losing.
But if you do,
you trolled the game beyond belief. Like, I'm talking, you had to have had the most brain fart humanly possible.
But once again, what if the reason was because they were playing in such a bad way, you had no idea how to play against it?
Have you
ever seen this happen in fighting game tournaments before?
Yes, but that's an entirely different thing, right? I've lost to my friend because he's mashing before, right?
Uh-huh.
That's RNG, pretty much.
How's that
right?
RNG? That's not RNG.
Like, if I'm playing versus a Mei that is, like, not knowing what they're doing, of course, I'm going to lose because I don't know how to play versus it. But if I think, oh, okay, this is a gap, you can still play around it. They just didn't. They didn't think of it. I haven't thought of it before. I've lost to Johnny players playing like complete brain farts because I didn't play for the strength. I didn't realize how to play versus it, and that's okay. It's hard sometimes to play versus the war swordsman. However, you can still beat it.
You
And
can.
if you lose, it's...
I'm not saying you can't. I'm just
I know,
saying...
but like if you lose, it's still your fault. It's still your fault.
Right. I'm not saying it's not their fault at all.
Like, okay, for example, if someone's mashing, there's gonna be a gap. You gotta spot the gap.
Right.
And if you spot the gap, they die. If you don't, you lose. Bada bing, bada boom.
My point with that was like you said like you should never lose to an average player.
Yeah, you should never lose on the average player. Shouldn't, yeah. Because human error is a thing, and this is on paper. If you are the go to DVD, you should have a 99% kill rate.
Kill rate?
Yes, genuinely.
Even with the RNG of Hatch.
Kari Clasher did a nurse streak back in the day, accounting for old Hatch, by the way. It was all 4Ks, like something in the 300s. It's possible.
That's insane.
It's possible. He used to be the GOAT at nurse back in the day. It's possible. You have to play around it.
I just think the RNG of Hatch is too much to play around.
Oh, it's stupid. Remove it, in my opinion. I don't care for it.
Well, once again, I mean, that comes into, is the game competitive or not?
Actually, just make it spawn always at shack. If there is no shack, and like a set location on each map. That'd be much better. More outplay for both players. It makes the game more consistent, and like the only people that are gonna cry about it are gonna, like, in my opinion, right? Sound like super narcissistic, are people that genuinely think getting Hatch and escaping is like a genuine escape.
I think that would just encourage the last two survivors to just both hang out by shack and just wait.
Then that's like a play-based mentality thing at that point. Like, Hatch is not that deep, dog. It's not that deep.
It's not, but like I can see it having ripple effects problems.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
Consistent. I can see that.
I've had people get Hatch by sheer luck and think they're the GOAT while having like sub 15-second chase. Like, dog, you are not the GOAT. You are like a rodent. Like, come on, dog.
What was I gonna? Okay, so the next question is probably another long one, but actually I don't even know if you're gonna have a lot to say here. But if you were to give a tip to a new Oni player, brand new, they played the game for like, let's say 300 hours, and they're like, I like Oni. What is the tip you would give them?
Are they on keyboard or mouse?
Let's say general populations on console, so console.
Quit Oni. If you are on console, do not play Oni. Genuinely. Your movement is awful. You cannot play the killer at any amount of a high skill expression, right?
What if they just enjoy the character, Sealion?
If they just enjoy the character, run speed, run drop rate, and just cancel power and M1 lunge. That's the only thing you can do on console. It is so boring. I don't know how you're having fun. But if you're on a PC, you're in luck, because Sealion got you. I'm going to teach you how to become the GOAT. Step 1. Get it out of your head that DPI matters. If you play on anything above 800, you're fine. Below that, you just have to flick more. And that's okay. What you're going to do, right? You're going to open up YouTube. You're going to type in Stefa DBD Oni Guide. You're going to watch that. That's going to teach you all the flicks you need to know. Then what you're going to do? You're going to sit in the custom game, give all the bots no mither, put it to Cold Tower, and make all of them have no mither and plot twist. You're going to run duration drop rate. You're just going to sit there and practice flicks until you're consistent. Then, what are you going to do? Play pubs, throw every single game for flicks until you get them consistently and when you know when and when not to. There you go. That's how you play pub only.
Anything else?
Perks, don't run Infectious Fright.
What's wrong with
Only run it?
What's wrong with Infectious? Genuinely.
Only sucks at slugging more than 2 people.
Right, but
genuinely.
Couldn't Infectious help you get that second person?
Yes, and. It's my favorite word.
In
yes and no.
General speaking.
Oh, general? No. No.
It doesn't help you get that second person, generally speaking.
No, not really. Honestly, like, a good part of Oni's, like, skill, and, like, you have to acquire is understanding when and when not to, and if Vexus removes that, it's going to make you worse than the killer.
Okay.
So, like, in my opinion, only run it if you're, like, going out for, like, 4-man slugs. Which, if you do, it's fun as fuck, but hard. This killer cannot 4-man slug consistently. Like, massive misconception. People think this killer is like a slugging machine. He's not. Maybe, like, 1, 2, 3 if the survivors play like shit.
He's kind of his power design is kind of encourages slugging a bit though.
Yeah, like two slugs, pick up. That is beautiful, beautiful. Anything more than that, situational as fuck.
Yeah, I would say that with most killers, even the slugging ones like Plague and Oni and Twins.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like I
Um,
see on Twitter like a screenshot of like getting format slugged by Oni. I just hope you know you have to play badly. Like it honestly, right? It is more down to survivors if you get format slugged on any killer. Genuinely. Like even if you are the GOAT,
most of the time.
most. Okay. Sure, if like the killer is like the GOAT, sure, yeah. There's nothing you can really do if you're like a lot worse. But then again, it's your skill. Like if you get format slugged, it is a combination of killer skill, your skill, and solo queue or not. If you're not in solo queue, if you're in a 4-man, you should never be 4-man slugged, in my opinion.
No,
if you
I
do,
agree
you
with
played
that.
bad.
I agree.
You played bad if you got 4-man slugged in a
Solo queue is a
4-man.
little different, but I would agree. And if you're in a 4-man with comms, you should probably never be slugged.
Also, to all Oni players wanting to get better at the killer, what if you want to learn macro? Go on YouTube, look up Vistuous, Vistuis, and watch his tournament gameplay. Right, that right there, perfect. You're gonna learn a lot, understanding how he plays, when he uses power, when he doesn't, how he uses player view food, when he kicks gens, etc., 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 etc. Right, that is perfect. If you want to learn more about Flicks one-on-one, go to the Flickland Discord. Shit ton of Oni players there. Help you. DM Suze, me, or Pandas will help you out. Or Vistos even. He's a little bit like iffy on that though. Just trust me, you learn a lot. And I always love seeing new Oni players. Genuinely, it makes my day when I see someone pick up Oni. It's beautiful. I love seeing the killer. Also, another tip. Looking up the flick is not skillful. It is not skillful at all.
Is it
It is
good?
that takes. It is good situational, right? Okay, it's a skill that takes little to no effort to acquire. There we go. Clarified. Clarified. Insta flicks are the true, real killer's flicks, right? If you can insta, you're cool with me. If you can only look up the flick, I'm sorry, you're not my disciples.
I have literally just I have made you adapt the way you talk in like 2 hours.
Only for this podcast. On Twitter, fuck no. I want drama. I want chaos. I live for it. These people take Twitter too seriously.
Anyways,
A slight disadvantage. Okay, the only time you need to look up to flick is if they're around the corner and you want to pre-flick. Apart from that, instas are better in my opinion. They're faster and they look swag as fuck.
okay, I have to do something real quick. Hang on. I have to put my vape on the charger or else I'll get cranky.
Oh hell yeah! I got my shit right next to me, boy.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. The inverse question.
Inverse question.
Tips to play against Oni.
Solo queue, you're kind of cooked. I'm
There's
not gonna lie.
nothing they can do. In general,
Nothing you can do to weigh the 4v1. In the 1v1, okay, deadass, install Discord. Go to DBD Scrims and DBD League. Play versus Trapper. That is genuinely the best way to learn how to play versus Oni in solo queue, is just learn the 1v1. Because in 4v1, you are not a factor at all. Because you have 3 other teammates that could be lobotomized, right? They could be lobotomized. You are a ant on the earth. Your value is almost nothing. Just learn how to 1v1. If he drops chase, you did your part. If he doesn't, you gotta run that bitch. You gotta run him. Okay? Also, side note, if you're getting tunneled by Oni, you suck at the game. You genuinely suck. This killer has no tunnel potential. In the wise words of Vistuous, if you tunnel me when I'm playing server near Oni, you're getting 3-staged. This killer sucks at tunneling. He is Trapper, and if he uses power on you while you're in endurance, you gotta be how you play support. Like Yumi. You gotta die for your team. You gotta do it. Because he will waste power, and you just gotta pray your ADC your mid lane, your top, whatever, can play the game how you gotta pray your other 3 teammates are not lobotomized. 4v1 though, okay? We're assuming you're in a 4-man. Call out which pallets you dropped. Don't overgreed, but don't overplay safe. Because if you burn through everything, not a good idea. Again, 1v1 is 1v1 trappers. Just 1v1 trappers. It's beautiful. You will run most average Onis for fucking years. Because most people in this game are not good at M1. Like am I. I'm not very great at M1. I can just blow us and I run 2 chase perks to make up for it.
Fair enough.
And ask people to bring Bamboozle, ask people to bring Brutal, and alternate. So you know how to play versus the different types of like chase perks people are going to run on this killer. Don't force locker too early. If you force it too early, you're giving them better, like, value. Because every time he downs you in his power, a chunk of it's gone. You need to understand, play your life as long as you can, and if you know you're going to die, go locker. That means he can't slug, he's lost a lot of his power, and he's in a worse situation. Die in the right spots. If you die in 3-gen, and if the Oni is anywhat competent and has a brain cell that works, GG. Genuinely GG. He can proxy it with power, and you're never winning that game, especially with hook respawns now. Only take hits late game if you know you can make it exit gate. And if you get hit, run away from active gens. I swear to God. I see some people get hit and run to their gens. Like, why the fuck are you doing that? You're giving me blood and giving me information.
Right.
That is all I really got to say on it. Also, you just kind of got to know if he has speed or not, but you just assume he has speed. Always assume he has speed. And don't always pre-drop in power. If you know you can play it, limit test. Limit test the Oni. Okay? It's not like League, where you can like respawn or whatever. Just limit test. Try to get away with some things. Because I guarantee you can get away with a lot more than what you think. Because a lot of people play too safe, which means they burn through resources, which means their end game, which is Oni strongest, becomes way more oppressive. Because there are no pallets, I'm running Bamboozle, so you don't have windows. You are going down, and so is your teammate.
I always tell people, like, unless you're absolutely needing to, like you're on the other side of the map or something, try not to drop every pallet if you're not on Death Hook. There's really no need to do that. Like, I see so many people just drop like every fucking pallet, and it gets infuriating.
It's honestly crazy. Like, I run Brutal, so I love when people pre-drop. I'm like,
Like,
it fuels my joy.
I see people who aren't injured, aren't on Death Hook, and just pre-drop every pallet. But why?
It makes no sense.
Just
also, for like perks versus Oni, background player. Just background player. Like,
that's it.
yeah. That's like his worst counter on and not even DS. You shouldn't be telling out Oni. I do it because I'm a prick sometimes. But like, background player getting a flashlight save after a down genuinely fucks him so hard. Because that's a lot of progress lost on his power. Value lost. A player back on. No power. He's trapper but worse. So insane. It's my most hated perk when I play Oni. Also because flashlight buffer is easy as fucking background player trivializes it, but you know. Crutches, wheelchairs.
Alright, so this next question, you can refuse to answer this depending.
Depends.
I mean, no offense by this, you don't seem like the type. Thoughts on lore?
Lore?
Yeah.
Goated.
Oni's lore?
Goated.
You actually like it? Okay, fair enough.
I fucking love it. This guy is hatred. It sounds super edgy, but like, he's so fucking cool, right? Okay, we're gonna ignore the fact that he's like kind of racist, right?
Kinda racist.
Yeah, there was like a.
Go on.
Okay, so like, in the lore, he wants the samurais to be kind of like pure.
He's not. Let me rephrase that. If I remember correctly, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, he's not racist. He's elitist. There's a difference. He's classist. He's classist. That's what it is.
Which also doesn't help because like there have been some like very racist Oni players, so it doesn't help, right? Which one of them is reformed and a great person by the way now. So just want it for the record, not all of us are bad. People can change. People are just edgy at like 15, but whatever. But he's just so cool. Like he wants samurais to be like he's elitist as fuck. He strived for one thing, and his people didn't like it for it. He became what he hated, and he's just pure fucking rage. He hates everything and everyone. He wants to restore his family legacy. He's just the GOAT. He goes on on a rampage, and he just wins. No one can contest him. He's the GOAT.
He's literally angry old man.
He's angry old man. He's just the GOAT. He's the GOAT in his own world.
His lore is interesting because I feel like Spirit's lore definitely did they've changed it since then, but it kind of straddled the line between being like culturally insensitive a little bit, but I feel like Oni's embraced the culture more, if that makes any sense.
I mean, culture sensitive this game, I don't really give a fuck about. They gave Brazilian characters like Mexican skins and made them very stereotypical. Like, I don't give a fuck about cultural appropriation in this game. Also, side note, I want to say Skull Merchant's only redeeming quality is that she's great representation of other regions of Brazil. She's half Japanese. Because there is, outside of Japan, Brazil has the most Japanese people. But we only see, like, more of the North in, like, Brazilian representation. But Adriana, great representation of the Japanese part. Like, if you look at me, I am not Renato. I am not Dalita. I am not Lucio. Like, the South never gets any representation, and it's what, like, it affects just everything in general. This is why people are surprised I'm not like that. Because that's all they see in games and shit.
I didn't think nothing of it, if I'm honest.
Thank God. But, like, with Adriana, it's the best Brazilian representation I've ever seen. Because it's exploring other regions. Which is great. Yeah. Honestly great. But, like, I'm very tired of just, like, not seeing anything else.
I think it's I don't want to make this about this. I think it's and I'm not nearly qualified to talk about it really, but the problem with it is just I say the problem. The reason why it doesn't happen is just because of cultural. It's the same reason like why like people don't even think Egypt is in Africa half the time.
Oh God, people like I'm surprised people don't know that. It is in Africa.
You would be amazed how many people don't know that.
Is this like an American thing? Not gonna
Probably. I don't know.
America.
I know Egypt is in fucking Africa.
I have ragged on America for the longest time. I'm USA's #1 hater, on God, when it comes to League, like Siege, DVD. But I have so many NA friends. It's great.
But yeah, I think like they wanted to correct a little bit, but yeah, like I mean they're not perfect and they're also Canadian. I think people need to forget that sometimes.
Yeah, true. Hello, Emily again. But like, yeah, I mean that's not even an excuse, right?
It's not
like,
an excuse. I'm just saying.
It's an explanation, yeah. Like they've shown they can explore other regions of some countries, but they just refuse. Like they just don't. Like no game is explored by fucking region, which is so annoying. Like we exist too. Like hello, I'm here.
I think it's a culture, not a cultural thing. It's an exposure thing. It's a circular thing. You never see it, so no one ever shows it, so you never see it.
True.
You see what I'm saying? Like I don't think there's any malice behind people not showing.
Oh, definitely not. Definitely, it's not malice. Just like not ignorance, but like lack of awareness.
I think ignorance is the right word.
Really? I thought the ignorance was like more like choosing to like
no.
It's not malicious.
So I have to explain this to my mom all the time. Ignorance is not a bad word. I don't know why it's been considered a bad word. All ignorance means is you don't know.
Oh, okay.
That's all it means. Now there is willful ignorance. That is bad. Willful ignorance means you don't know and you don't want to.
Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense. But like I think people are just like ignorant of how like side tangents here, how diverse my country is. God damn, is it diverse?
Brazil is extremely diverse.
And we rarely ever get to see more of it. But Adriana, I hate the killer with a passion. It's boring as fuck. All of her fans, majority actually, not all of them. I've met some few nice ones that are self-aware, but most of them, make me ashamed of my country that killer is tied to it. But the sheer fact that for the first time in any game I've ever seen, we got a different region of my country explored is actually great.
Yeah, it once again, it's always nice to say. It's just, it's just sometimes it's not the easiest thing to do. That's all.
I mean, there were two survivors.
Yeah.
Like, you could have added, like, one from north and one from south. They could have did it.
But wasn't the whole thing with them that they were supposed to be twins?
Even the north is, like, not all that.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't know.
But, like, I don't know.
Once again, I can't speak on it because, I mean, my...
Last point I'm gonna make on this is, like, I never cared or understood, like, what's the word? Representation until I realized how garbage it is for my people. I never understood that until those two came out. I was like, God fucking damn. It is copy paste. It is actually copy paste.
It tends to be how it is, unfortunately.
And people still praise it, which is kind of crazy for me, but yeah.
Well, I wasn't even praising that. I was praising just the fact that it seems like with Oni, they learned their lesson from Spirit. That's all I was saying.
I don't know shit about Spirit's lore. All I know is her father's like hate as fuck, and her mom's a deadbeat.
There is a line. It's to be fair, it's like one line in Spirit's lore that basically says something like the dragon's fury came. It was like really, really bad.
Like stereotypical or some shit.
It was like really bad and really stereotypical. Like, oh, all Asian people just like worship dragons. Like kind of that thing.
I mean, to be fair, Dalita and like Hinata, like very stereotypical like South Americans. I can as you can see, we're not all the same color. Like we like dog. It is so annoying.
I'm not laughing at the racism. I'm just laughing at the idea of it. It's
it's a depressing fact, but
it is.
Okay,
whatever. I mean, people don't know I'm Southern. If it makes you feel any better.
Not gonna lie, you have the most neutral American accent I've ever heard.
I am.
You sound like a stereotypical like what I expect an American sound like. If that makes sense.
I hide my accent very well. You'll hear it if I get angry.
Yeehaw.
It's something like that. What was I gonna say?
The Oni's lore is great.
Oni, yeah. I think they did a really good job with his lore.
But as Leaf's been bugging me about skins, this killer has garbage skins. As you see in DMs, that skin right there, unplayable. I can't see shit. I feel like Stevie Wonder when I run that skin. I ain't seeing shit.
For those curious, this is the skin he's talking about.
it's so bad. It's not on screen yet.
It was. It should be there.
Oh, delay, yeah. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Like, what is that? I'm not playing the game.
It's like Dredge's Lost Toy skin, where the arm takes up like half the screen. But I mean, do you have a favorite skin on
this
Oni?
one? The Armor Titan, baby.
Okay, Attack on Titan. All right.
It's so good. Okay. I kind of get my visibility fucked up. I have Shadowborn, like, basically. It doesn't matter. The weapon, the M1, it's so nice. Sound design, perfect. This right here, this is peak Oni skin, right? I know people that will use unlockers on Epic Games just to play this skin. I didn't get it. This skin right here is the best DVD skin of all time. I would die on this hill. It is perfect. It fits the character so well. And like, I watched Attack on Titan before it came out. Bro, I was so fucking hyped when it came to. I was like, Reiner, my GOAT, my favorite character. Full of rage. Full of wanting to like bring his hometown honor and die for it. Same with Oni. It's beautiful, it's perfect.
The difference is, I think one is justified, one isn't, but go off.
Nah, they're both justified. Oni wanted the samurais to be good. They were bums, posers. He was in the right, apart from like the elitists and classes, but we ignore that.
So 90% of his personality, alright.
we move it to the side. It's okay. It's okay.
Do you have, other than the FOV one though, is there a skin like you absolutely despise on principle, not necessarily from gameplay?
I hate his Rift skins so much. They're so garbage. Okay, so wait. Pandas. If you're in chat, send me the DBD like Oni skin tier list like template. It's all there. I can go by each one that I hate. I hate each skin for a different reason. I don't know why. I just have a lot of hatred for Oni skins.
Do you think his base is fine?
His base, it's garbage. Garbage.
Garbage.
Okay, looking at it, first person, garbage. But like third person, it's beautiful.
Mm.
Yeah, Leaf.
What about the Blood Moon one?
Blood Moon one, garbage. It's so bad.
You don't like?
So
I actually like that one a lot.
In first person, I liked it for like 2 weeks, and I realized, damn, these spikes look like shit.
I think,
and the sword. Why the fuck would I ever run that sword when I can run the most tanky sword possible? We call it the BBC sword.
Do you have a dream skin for Oni or anything like that?
Oh, dream skin?
Mm-hmm. It can be a license if you think it fits.
I gotta like. Okay, have you ever seen Edge Runners?
Yeah.
When I play Cyberpunk.
Mm-hmm.
Atom Smasher.
Oh, I can see that for sure.
My friend modded the game to put Atom Smasher in it. He put all the voice lines in as well, and the chase music was perfect. Sue's my goat. It was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Atom Smasher Oni would be the coolest thing ever.
I could 100% see that. That would be... I don't know if it'll ever happen, but I could see it happening.
That, or Jason from Tokyo Ghoul.
That one might be a stretch, but I could see it too a little bit.
It would be so fucking cool. Like,
you heard the people who think it should be the senator from Metal Gear Rising?
I've never played the Metal Gear game. I don't know shit. All I know is that the Maxor fans are very unfunny when it comes to that game.
I I don't know. I think the senator from that game would be actually kind of perfect for me. Oh man. We'll get back to the skins once you get the thing.
I got it. I need to make the tier list real quick.
Okay.
I'm like very biased. It's only the bodies. The heads, I only run one other head. It's the head from like the wolf skin. It's the only head I run. That, the skull mask, and the white mask are the only good heads in the game.
Does Oni have a lot of sets? I never even thought about this.
He has all his legendaries are sets.
Of course they are.
Minotaur, Armored, and Iron Maiden. Those are the only 2 sets he has.
Mm.
Oh, and like the collab with that like random like Japanese artist. That's fire as fuck, but not in first person. Looks like shit in first person.
Mm.
But yeah, you're gonna see how like very much I hate his skins real quick. I gotta just. Also, a lot of these skins, right?
Mm-hmm.
The people I see use them are like, I don't know. They attract a certain player, if that makes sense.
There's a stereotype in the Chucky Bang community that if you run Stitch Chucky, you're a comp tryhard who just tunnels and camps.
For Oni, we have okay, Leaf, can you please send me real quick the racist fit? Yes, that is the official name of it in the community, the racist fit. The Oni lore goes deep. Wait, I'm gonna send you the thing.
Okay.
That's the skin. That's my skin tier list, right? There are so many bad skins because they look like shit in power.
Barely able to see that.
So in number one, we got Attack on Titan Oni, goated skin. Second, we have the Rift Recolor, which is in my opinion the best. Like those 2 skins, right? They're both green to me. Whatever. Purple is a recolor. It's green. That is the best green skin in the game. It changes how he looks so good. And the other purple is like the best standalone body, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That is part of the racist fit because it was the fit someone was running when they said not very nice things.
Fair enough.
And it's just stuck in the community. Then we have the collab skin, which is fire as fuck. And then we have the bird, not the bird skin, the like insect skin. If the arm was a little bit smaller, it'll be S tier easily.
Is Oni in the new skin collection?
I don't know. I don't think so.
It's underwater
It,
theme. That's all I know.
oh, then definitely not.
You never know.
Then we have the Baba Yaga skin, or whatever it's called. This is like one of Leaf's favorite skins. He just like only looks fat with it, and I hate it. It looks fat. No, I want my man to be strong.
I think I don't know. My favorite skin is still the Blood Moon one that just came out. I don't know why I like it. I just do.
Then in C tier, we have the Blighted Fit. I tried to make it work. It doesn't work with anything. The heads, the weapons, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
I don't think
it doesn't
ever see the Blighted Oni.
It just doesn't look devious. Like, why is it devious? I mean, like, if you see this, you're like, oh shit, I'm gonna get shit on. If you see Armored Titan and first hit at 5 gens, you know you're dying. you know. But like with this skin, I'm convinced if you like some of these skins you run, you're getting 4 outed, 100%. Then we have like the Hunter skin. Only one person can wear this, and it's my friend Angels, because he's an OG Oni. He's the only person that made that fit work because he's actually good. Then we have that green skin. It looks awful in power, and it's bugged on higher FOV. Your shoulder doesn't exist, and it's just super cringe. The next one, that skin is also bugged in power. Your arm just like some like particle effects just, like stretch out. Ever see like the animation swapped on different models?
Yeah.
How like their arms are stretched and shit?
Yeah.
Imagine that, but like for some effects on the arm. Awful.
I see. Okay.
The bird skin, pay to lose. Pay to lose. That has pay to lose. How we see it here, because it's garbage and bugged. And you're just a dick rider, pandas. I love you though. All good, we're friends. Then we have the Rift Oni skins, right? The Oni people I see wearing this are people who don't play Oni. And it looks awful, because your shoulder, I don't know how many times that the dog hit like shoulder press at the gym, but it must be every day. Because your shoulder blocks your screen. It's so dumb. And it just doesn't look good. And your claws are like super massive. No, that's on the other skin. The next is just a recolor, and the next is a claw skin. I don't like the way it looks in power. And you with like the long claws, trim that shit, Oni. Okay, you're not like some goth girl. No, trim that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Then Iron Maiden, I don't like Iron Maiden in general. Like that's like the main reason I hate it. I don't like Iron Maiden. I think they're not good anymore. And also the skin looks like garbage in power. And the head is so goofy. Like it looks like a bobblehead.
I think that was what they were going for though.
It's not Oni though. It's not tanky. It's not powerful. If you see that skin, you know you're running him for like 3 gens.
Fair enough.
You just know. Then all the other skins are recolors. And Minotaur. Minotaur is what I like to call the high MMR Oni skin. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
It's so bad.
I understand what you mean by that.
It's so bad. It's so bad. It hurts my brain. It hurts my brain. I've never seen a single good player run this.
Okay. So maps. We talked about maps a little bit earlier.
Any indoor is bad for him.
If you had to pick one map as your most hated and one as your most liked, I think I already know the answer to both of these, but what would
okay, take a guess. Take a guess. Take a guess.
So for your most liked, I'm going to assume Macmillan or Otto Haven.
No, specifically, like within that realm.
I don't. Coal Tower?
Yep.
Okay.
I love Coal Tower. I've screamed at the map so much.
Okay. Coal Tower for most liked and most hated. Is it Larry's?
RPD West.
RPD West. That's understandable. I actually hate RPD West too. I like RPD, but I hate West.
RPD West. I on any killer, I've always felt despair. What I feel on RPD West is what these like killer players who think that like 4-man comm swiffing is cheating feel whenever they play the game. Utter despair. I genuinely feel like the game is over every time I log into that map. Like my life is flashing before my eyes. It is awful. But Coal Tower, it's beautiful. Jesus Christ came down to Behavior Studios. He programmed everything. He made the tiles perfect, the main building perfect, everything beautiful. And then Behavior fucked it up with Collision. because man ruins God's creation. I'm not religious, by the way. This is all just a joke. Spoiler warning.
You're fine.
But like, it's beautiful, and they ruined it. But it's still good in my opinion. But Cold Tower Oni is his best map easily.
Fair enough.
And his worst map is probably like the game.
I mean, I think it's most killers, to be fair. Actually, no. Have you seen the stats for Gideon?
Look, okay. Yesterday in my Yu-Gi-Oh group chat, one of my friends who I play with plays this game giga casually. This guy said to me with a straight face, "Hey, if I ever lose, I go Bubba, bring Gideon offering, and it's a free 4K." There is no way, no fucking way Gideon is ever a killer side of the map, right? When this guy plays 1 hour a month. That's his idea of a good map. And he's awful. I've seen him play. It gives me a heart attack, right?
I mean,
he's awful at the game.
I mean, it's one of those things, like, I fucking hate playing on Gideons. I win on it a lot.
Because people just don't know how to abuse it. Like, okay, back in the same, like, comparison from, like, for Killer, back in the day, me and my friends, 4-man swifting during, like, summer 2022, right? Grinding day in, day out. It's summer, I got nothing to do. We were outing nurses with, like, range, like, just OG Columbine Eruption, because they don't know how to abuse it, because they're bad. Because most players in this game are bad. Not bad, average.
But this gotta be nice. If they're the average, then it's gotta be... That's got to be what we talk about.
I know it hurts because there's so much potential, but these people don't want to reach it, don't want to use it.
But you can say that about every game.
I mean, no.
Most Overwatch players are bad. Most League players are bad. Most Valorant players are bad.
But that doesn't make Lee Sin bad, or Samira, or like Lucio, or Tracer.
No. It does that much.
Oh.
But for the average player, but even
for the average player,
like Lee Sin is actually still pretty decent with an average person piloting them.
I mean, true. Maybe not Samira. Like, if you're dumb with Samira, you will just like end.
If you just spam, you can actually do pretty decent. So I've seen people do it.
I mean, they should get punished for it though. Like when I was learning Samira, when I was like inting, I would press E instantly, like not no combos, and just spamming my keyboard. I would get stunned, shit on. Like if you engage first on Samira, if this is a big if the enemy player understands a single understanding of the game, you're just gonna get beamed.
Right.
Leona stun. Set W. Volibear Q. God, Set gives me PTSD.
I'm so glad I don't play League anymore.
Oh, I'm loving the game, honestly. I duel with my Hinata support. It's so beautiful. It's so nice. I don't die. Right before this podcast, I played the game 27-1. Still only A+ apparently.
Yeah.
But he gets S+.
Yeah, well, the A, if you're getting an A, you're playing at the average level.
I'm at 27-1 apparently is average, dog.
It is. For that character, it is.
God damn, I gotta like lock the I gotta become Faker or some shit.
It also takes your CS also counts towards it, by the way.
I had 100 more CS on my ADC.
Wait, what? Wait, you were playing support?
No.
Oh.
My other ADC.
Oh.
Hanata support, Samira ADS.
Okay, I was gonna say
ADC. Fuck.
Yeah, on support it works the opposite. The more CS you get, the less your grade goes up.
Like, I play a lot with my other friend. He says, "Oh, support, place ward, easy S." If you play support, you get S+ apparently.
No, it depends on the support. If it's someone like Brand or Pike, no, you still have to get kills.
Oh, bro, fuck Brand players. I'm sorry. Brand players are the skull merchants of League. I will die on that hill.
But yeah, it's a lot of the way it works for the A+ and S+. It's if you're getting a B or an A, you're playing at the average level.
God, there must be like a lot of Samira goats. I gotta study them.
I think the average kills on Samira is like 40.
40?
Yeah.
I gotta find the Scooty booty of Samira and like beg them to coach me.
That was a while ago. I mean, it's just like a collie, like any assassin. If you're getting below 30, you're playing about average.
I got S on like S plus in the furry, but like 22.
Yeah, but how many times did you die? How fast was the match?
Like 27 minutes. I got like 2 deaths.
So it was a very fast match with a very low death count, and your CS was probably decent.
Yeah, like I played great that game. I played better on that Samira game. I had like more kills, more CS, less deaths, like more damage, and I still got A plus, and it's still pissing me off.
What was the length of the match?
Like the match? Fuck, I think like not even 30 minutes.
That might have been it. Yeah, because if you win the game too fast, it also punishes you.
What? I get punished for being the GOAT? Man, fuck this game.
That's how most games do it.
I'm playing ARAM. Fuck this. I'll never play it. I'll never play ARAM. I can't bring myself to do it. It's like hard grinding 2v8. I couldn't do it.
I actually kind of back when I did play ARAM was like my when I'm drunk game.
When I'm drunk, I play Overwatch when I'm drunk. It's so much fun.
I did have an ARAM match once that lasted 2 hours.
That is like demonic. I don't know how you people like sit there for 2 hours in a single match.
I mean, you're playing League. Well, I guess it has sped up. Yeah, back in the day, an average match of League was an hour.
God damn.
Yeah, they've sped.
I'm a Giga Nugent.
Yeah, they back in the day, yeah, an average match of League of Legends was about an hour.
Back in my day.
They have definitely sped the game up a lot.
Thank fuck. I do not want to sit for an hour.
It's part of the reason I stopped playing it. Actually,
I mean, I like it more. Like I would rather lose in 20 than lose in 40 and watch my Maokai int every second he gets. I
like the longer matches because it meant there was a better chance of a comeback.
Oh, definitely, but like, I don't want to see my Maokai int for like 45 minutes.
I mean, I don't know. It was just a me. And once again, that's a me thing. I'm also very patient.
Fair enough. I play ADC. I'm not patient at all. I want my support to buff me or stun, and I go in and I penta. It's beautiful.
What if you die?
What if I die? If I play like a dumbass, it's my fault. But if my support is like still CSing, I'm gonna flame them. I had a Tarek that genuinely thought he was like cosplaying an ADC. This guy did nothing all game. It was depressing.
Yeah, I auto mute in League. I don't want to deal with it.
Not gonna lie, I love people raging in games. Right? I never delete any comments on my profile. Never.
I hate it.
It's like a memory of like, I pissed off this person in a game, and they were that bad enough by me playing normally. Listen,
I go to work, I pay my bills, I do my taxes. I don't need to deal with someone being mad at me. It's one less thing.
I live for it. The amount of hate I get for playing Oni is crazy. I know you hate for playing Chucky. I embrace it.
I hate it. I just hate it. It's especially when it's unsubstantiated. Like I said, some people just hate me for playing the character. Not even that. Like
that's whack as fuck. That's whack as fuck. But if you like outplay someone and they get mad at you, to me that's the funniest thing ever.
Well, I mean,
if you swag on someone and they get mad, that's funny as fuck.
I mean, that's the thing with Chucky because a lot of people don't think he can outplay people.
Oh yeah, true.
So
right. I mean, some people think Instant 180s are just macros. By the way, okay, I DM'd you a tweet by Virtual, which sadly, since my account got fucking banned, you can see the original post, but it was like, oh, nice scripts, little bro. He was dead ass. There are people in 2024 that think you need a macro to 180 on Oni, or like more than 5k DPI, and it blows my mind.
No, you can still do it. I see people that see you. I've been seeing you do it for like an hour. Like
exactly, like I play 1.6k DPI. You don't need high DPI to do this. You just need like discipline.
Yeah. Moving on a little bit to the last question though.
All right.
Stats. You play on Steam, right?
I play on Steam. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I have like So for context, most of my playtime in Oni is in 1v1s and scrims because unless I have a map offering, the game kind of feels stale because I don't like bad maps.
Okay.
Not because it's harder for me to win, just because I feel like chases are less interactive and a lot more stale. I like skill expression when both sides are fair. So that's why I 1v1 and I grinded scrims for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost all that skill because I took a 6-month break to play Guilty Gear. I love it.
So
I think I have like 6k downs maybe. It would be a lot higher if I like didn't 1v1
what
in scrim.
is Oni's track stat? Is it downs and
It's downs in power.
it's downs and power? Okay. So he has an actual good one. Hooray.
Yeah, I like Whisker.
Or Chucky or twins or
What is your like stat for like
for
Chucky?
it's hits 3 seconds after scamper.
What the fuck?
Yeah. They didn't change it when they changed him, by the way.
Oh, dog. Every day I feel a little more sympathy for your Chucky players now. I don't understand your pain. I still hate the killer, but I feel slightly your pain.
If you want to see a Chucky player struggle, take them to Larry's.
Think of Larry's? I think, bro, every killer I enjoy sucks on Larry's. I think Larry's is like the how do I word it? It's like going to the what's like the name of the get your like driving license.
DMV?
The DVA or something like a D.
DMV.
DMV. Going there and like having the receptionist be illiterate. It's no one likes it. It's awful. It's long. It's boring. You don't want to be there. You want to go home. You want to like
at least
sleep.
On Gideon's like the pallets go away. Like,
bro, on Gideon, I contemplate uninstalling every time. Like, damn, this map still sucks. Why is it here? It's been like what? How long since Pig? 7 years?
Give or take, about 5 years ish, 5 or 6 years. Yeah,
5 or 6 years, and they still can't make the map playable. Crazy.
I would just replace.
When I say playable, I mean like fair.
Yeah, fair. Like even then though, like even on a not fair thing, if they just replace some of the pallets with windows, I don't think it would be that bad.
Like it's just it removes so much skill expression from both sides, and it's so painful because what I live for, if Oni had no skill expression and it was never in the game, I would have stuck to just playing nurse honestly in pubs. This killer is the only reason I still play DBD because of how much skill expression I can do on him.
Fair enough.
If they remove it, I got nothing left. Maybe I'll enjoy Wolf Dracula. I will do a Wolf Oni streak when he comes out because it's so goofy.
How many hours do you have again?
I got like 3k.
That's it?
I take lots of breaks.
Okay.
Lots of breaks. And like most, again, I'm big point here, okay?
Mm-hmm.
It depends where you spend your hours.
That is true.
Like for me, a lot of my hours are just in 1v1s.
Mm-hmm.
Just in 1v1s. But I have to take breaks from this game, otherwise I'll lose all love for it.
Fair.
I think, actually, wait. Is it still 3k? I don't know. It'll probably be like 3, 4, depending on which accounts I had, because like I had one that got banned a while ago for like save injecting.
Mm-hmm.
I was like 50. Man, I miss save injects.
I mean, like, I don't know, because I only have like, what am I at? I'm only at about 3k myself. I don't know, people are always surprised when, like, the way I talk, I don't talk like I have 3k hours.
I mean, I don't know, you seem like a knowledgeable player.
I watch a lot of Oddsstarva. It's really what I watched 4 of Oddsstarva's like 12-hour videos before I even installed the game.
I'd love his discussion videos. Like the way he formats like his tier lists and shit and add-ons, it's perfect. And to all my odds haters out there, I'm sorry, are some bums. There is nothing factually, objectively valid to hate him for.
No, not at all.
He's the closest thing we have to Jesus in this game.
Like, he's not always right. I need to make that clear, but
he's human. He's human. But it's never for malicious purposes.
No, not at all. Like,
he's super chill. Like, did you see his add-on video? Yeah. No, of course you did. He made a video on it.
Yeah.
I DM'd him about the Oni add-ons and how I explained it. Yeah, he responded. He's like, "Oh, thank you for the information. I'll bring it up next time I speak out it, or like I'll take it into account." He's actually chill as fuck.
Yeah.
He's my goat. Goat.
Once again, like even like I have like it's not that much, but then again the character's only been out for like 7 months. I have like 500 to 600 hours on Chucky. I still get things wrong. We're human.
I don't like. I think I got like 1K on Oni. I dead ass only play this killer.
Um,
It's he's beautiful. I'm sorry, I just can't stress how much I love this killer. He's everything right with the game. And to all my Oni haters, you gotta grind the 1v1s.
Speaking of, on to the community questions real quick.
Ooh.
How did someone else like that? Whatever. 180 question, 180 question, 180 question.
180 question.
So it's like 90% of the questions. Newer Onis, you answered that one. Quality of life, you answered that one. Do you think the bug with duration add-ons makes them better than they should be? Is that a bug with duration add-ons?
Yes. Yesn't. Honestly, this game is just yesn't. It's not a bug, it's just fundamentally how the power works. So every time you down someone in power, you lose like chunks of your power duration, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's a set amount of value, which correspondingly equates to duration. And duration add-ons do a better job of saving that power than the one purple add-on that like reduces that effect. All they have to do is just buff that one purple add-on, and it's fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's honestly fine. Because like Oni is already a punishing killer in his power. You're on a time limit, right? And if you're not running speed, like he's not hard to loop, not gonna lie. Of course, you can still dan him in power. He on paper should be, of course, but it's not always gonna be because human error and if you play better, you out loop him, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're running duration, it's a trade-off. It's a valid trade-off. What do you want? Faster, more consistent downs, or more slugging potential if you work for it? That I think is a good add-on design. But the rest of the add-ons just suck fucking balls. Like I don't know who designed them. They need to be like reevaluated.
The passive one, I think, is one of the bigger ones that needs to be changed.
Oh, that's a okay. That has one use. That's in DBT ladder 1v1s.
Really?
Okay, so the idea is since your M1 chase on a full fresh map versus one player is going to be kind of long since you're trapper, right?
Mm-hmm.
Running a drop rate add-on is going to be dumb because by the time you get to your M1 with the passive recharge, you're going to have power instantly. So you run speed in that, and that's the most optimal build for 1v1 downs, like chase times. So that's the only value it has.
Apart from that, though.
Oh no, it's garbage. Never run it. If I see you running it, I will find where you live and break your router.
I don't know the exact math, but from what I understand, it's like you get one worth of like a blood pool, or like a blood glob. I think it's like every like 20 seconds or something.
It's abysmal. It's awful.
Really bad.
It's so bad. Like I don't know. Okay, this is gonna sound like super elitist, but I see a lot of people playing Oni. I see the add-ons they're running. I see their hour count. They say they're knowledgeable, and it hurts. And it hurts to see what they're running. And it hurts to see how they're playing. Because like the disconnect between specialist killers like Oni, Wesker, Blight, like these killers, they're specialist killers. You have to go out of your way to learn that specific killer, and their entire game plan is so insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like Wraith, not really specialist, right? Of course, he has an individualist skill set, but it's not exactly like specialist.
Mm-hmm.
Same with like Huntress, or I don't know, Huntress like not a specialist killer. You can play M1 zoning with them too. Like you can dumb down a lot of killers with Oni, Wesker, Blight. You can't.
You could dumb down Blight and Oni, or not Oni, Blight and Wesker. I've seen people do it.
Not to the extent you can do with other killers, but
but you still can. Is my point.
Yeah, like their add-ons, you need to know the killer to like know what's good.
I think
I've seen people.
Yeah, Oni's probably one of the few you can't really, because you can't zone with his power. You can't.
You can't. You can actually. You just gotta like. You shouldn't be zoning with his power. Right. You should be getting them down. You just insta break pallets. You just like catch up to them. You don't really need to be zoning. Like you're fine.
Well, I'm just saying, like it's not like with Wesker where like you just pull up your power and just zone them.
Yeah, fuck no.
Yeah,
Like you can fake your dash, but like that works for like lobotomized people, and just they're not real. They're not real. They're not real.
they're majority of the player base.
No, no. Lobotomized are not majority. They're a minority that I don't want to see in my games. I want to play versus people my skill level because it's fun. I like losing in DVD if the players are good because it's fun.
Hmm.
The chases are fun. I get to show off what I worked for. And if I win, I feel great. If I lose, I had a fun match. By the way, Oni in comp, rarely ever 4Ks for context.
Hmm.
Rarely ever 4Ks.
Don't most
But
killers rarely 4K in comp?
yeah, genuinely. But it still feels great to play them there and get like the average result. It feels really good.
Hmm.
Because the I'm not a high MMR stream, what the fuck am I saying? The skill level, right, is so nice to play versus if you're at there. It's more rewarding to me. Like I don't want to hop on League, right? If I'm like a challenger player, I don't want to hop on Samira, go quick play and like go 15-1. That's not fun. Average 4K1, yeah, because he's the fucking best Oni.
I think, I mean, some people do like doing that, though. That's why most people don't
I
like
mean,
MMR.
some people like mixing barbecue sauce and orange juice. It doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it right. Some people like weird things, and that's okay. That's the wonder of this world. People can like what they like, but it's still gonna be weird sometimes. Like I get fun out of 4-man slugging on Singularity. Some people find that super weird and cringe, and
Hmm.
I accept that.
Last question.
All right.
Why is Oni so sexy?
Why? Look at the guy. He's fucking peak performance. He's he's like tall. How fucking tall is he? He's over like 6'4" or some shit.
6'2", I think. I think canonically he's 6'2".
That's like only slightly taller than me. The fuck? Oh my god! I could have Oni physique, bro. I'm grinding gym 24/7 now. Okay, look at him. That man is beautiful. Look at the triceps. Look at the pecs. Look at the biceps, the delts, the shoulders, the forearms, the glutes, the quad. Look at everything. He's perfect. This is peak performance on a human being. His face, it's okay. He wears a mask, so you just ignore that, okay? But like, apart from that, peak performance. Look at this guy. Look, third person. Look at that.
Oh my
That's what I
god.
aspire to be, minus all the steroids that you need for this.
Oh Jesus. Well, I think that is the end of the questions, and I think unless you have anything else to add.
uh, Not really. All I gotta say is, if you're on console, wait until Oni 180 to ever happens. If you're on MNK, please just play this killer for a day. See how you like it. If not, so be it. But if you do, please reach out to me on like Discord, Twitter, Twitch. Um, he's honestly also a great killer to learn how to play M1s since you have no crutches on him. It's kind of like throwing yourself into the deep end. Not gonna lie, he's a great learning killer, unironically.
Hmm.
Because you learn M1, you learn a power. M1 transfers to a lot of killers, and that power is super rewarding and fun to play. Apart from that, all good. I thank you so much for having me on here. It
Of
was super
course.
fun. I'm gonna go eat dinner and go for a smoke. Don't smoke, kids. You'll never reach Oni physique like that.
But in any case, I appreciate you coming on. I know we had some disagreements. I'm glad we were able to keep it civil at the very least.
Of course, of course. Like I'm a very chill person most of the time. Just don't call me a slur. That's all I ask.
I know sometimes I can come off condescending. I like to play devil's advocate a lot. That's really what happens.
Don't worry, I can tell. It's fun. It's fun, like doing with someone that's like mentally sane. I know you play Chuck. It's like not that sane, but like you know what I mean.
Oh yeah,
Sorry, the Chucky something will never stop.
I know it never. They could nerf Chucky into the ground and people would still hate him.
I just hate him because I hate his films more, bro. I hate all the Child Plays films. I think they're all kind of pee.
I've talked about this before. My brother used to lock me in a room and make me watch Chucky movies because I was terrified of them as a kid. And
I grew.
he took his own life a couple years ago. And
Oh shit!
yeah, so
I'm so sorry, man.
yeah, it is what it is. But the movies mean a lot to me. That's
Fair
part of the
enough.
reason why I made Chucky.
I mean, honestly, valid as fuck.
That's why, like, when people go like, when like, or like, you can't take it as a personal attack. I kind of do take it as a personal attack. Like, it's hard not to.
I mean, that's understandable, but like, as long as you understand that people don't like mean it, they don't know.
Well, yeah, I know, and like, I get why people hate him. I'm not like, even in game and out of game. I get why people hate the movies, and I get why people hate the character in game. I'm not unself aware to that point. It's just, yeah. But in any case, after that depressing thing I just said, uh,
Oh, good.
I'll let you go. If you can tell people where they can find you again, which will be linked below. Um,
So at Sealion BR on Twitch, on Twitter, on is this on my YouTube? I don't know. I need to check actually my ad is on YouTube. At on YouTube is C dash Lion. Don't know why it's that. It's whatever. Discord also Sealion BR. You will find me always in the Flipland Discord. I'm always active there. I'm always down to help. Shoot me a DM. I will whenever I'm free. I will try to do my best to help you. If you are a lost cause, I'm sorry, but if you are willing to learn and take criticism, please come to me. I love helping new Oni players. It's so much fun watching them learn. For example, 11, like up and coming Oni player, go to the YouTube. I don't know what it is, but you might see it when they upload a video. I showed them how to 180. Oh my god, the improvements they made. It's like watching your son become the greatest NBA player of all time. It's so cool. I raised a LeBron James.
all right, all that will be linked
Anyways,
below. Um,
that's all I gotta say.
and as always, for if you made it through the entire thing, once again, I know some of you do because I see my analytics. A lot of you do. Um, I love y'all. Have a good one, and bye.
Bye bye, everyone.